Alright, you guys, welcome back to Run Pack Goes Plain Walking. Let's get into it. Last time, you will remember, we started with the man in the trebuchet staring determinedly at the tower, which he would crash into many little rubbles if we didn't stop him in time, or if Father Luchase didn't call him off in time. So, our plan going into this was that Deimos would rest to achieve arcane recovery, to recover enough spell slots so that he could disguise himself, as well as detect thoughts on Father Luchase to figure out what the signal was. While he rested, Orpheus, DULUM, and Malagus ran off to the spire the trebuchet was aimed at in order to evacuate it. We found some people had already fled, some were already fleeing, some bunkered down. This was the spire containing both Samir's workshop and Zavrix's tower. Malagus took the bottom floor, DULUM the middle, and I went to the top where Samir's workshop is. In the meantime, Hire spoke to Tick and learned that Ithera, his home plane, had gone to war. Which seems against the teachings of Aether, but who knows? I found Samir hunched against the door to Zavrix's house, just sort of kneeling weirdly. I gave us both Longstrider, because he's very slow, it turns out. And we ran off.
Was.
Well, yeah, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. We evacuated as many people as possible and delivered Samir down to Deimos because Samir was in emotional distress and needed to see his son. I've done a lot of reflecting in these last 2 weeks. We took a 2-week break because of Thanksgiving. It's weird that 2 adult men have a father-son relationship after being roommates for less than a year. It's a strange thing.
It's like you don't understand, man.
How different are they in age?
I just want to point out, probably Jeremiah and Finn, as my rage bait.
Hello? Finn was 11 years old. Finn was a child.
I like
needed a father figure.
I like that.
It's just
Jeremiah had
Finn.
1 foot in the grave. He was as old as he could possibly be.
It does make a guy think, I don't know what I'm thinking about, but
I'm thinking.
It activates the neurons. Alright, meanwhile, Tick told Hire that Aether had abandoned everyone in Aethera, and that her brother, Tyke, had returned to Hire's brother, Tyke, had returned to Hire's home. We gotta have a conversation about the names Tick and Tyke and me remembering both of them and who is who. You're not making it easy on me. But Tyke is Hire's brother, Tick is the Raven, Kenku girl, who I think also has a sister, but we don't know the sister's name. Malagus and Samir were fighting. Malagus was very mad because Hire healed a guy during the last combat, whereas Samir said that Malagus was a desolate worm who didn't understand kindness. Blind. Vinny found us. We had to tell him Bagatha was dead. He was sad. Whiny. Malagus woke up the Father Luchase.
Did you say whiny?
Well, someone said whiny. And gagged
God,
him.
what is this bias in our recap?
Deimos detected thoughts on Father Luchase while I asked him questions to try to make him think about the trebuchet. He was already thinking of asking for repentance from us and surrendering, which is funny. He was also convinced he would die here, and he was okay with that because he wanted to be reincarnated and thought he would be by his goddess, who is named Chantea. Meanwhile, we learned his friend, Campbell, is the one operating the machine. They were old friends and had served together for decades. We also learned the code word, which was, "There is an acorn grown in the academy." Deimos approached Campbell, disguised as Father Luchase. Some guards ran up to stop him and were harassing him. We all watched this from our hiding spot nearby. None of us could go in because Campbell could have recognized us from Brightbank, so we sent Samir in. Samir, deeply uncharismatic man, but he apparently knew this guard quite well, and him and the guard, Friedrich, had a nice conversation about his wife. Campbell believed Deimos' trick and left the trebuchet behind, but grabbed Deimos' hand and began dragging him through the woods. We were all chasing. I, the fastest, the most, just fast and mobile. So speedy.
You were gonna say
Beautiful
dexterous.
like a horse. I fell into a pitfall and got poked full of spikes. Malagus threw me a rope, and then kept on running, so I climbed out. Ire healed me very kindly. Campbell dragged Deimos all the way back to the portal from which we came and from which all of these mercenaries came, to find a group of remaining mercenaries waiting, presumably those who had retreated. Deimos convinced everyone to gather for a prayer in a 20-foot circle and then nuked them all with a fireball. Every single one.
A crazy thing to do, by the way.
Head on impact. Upon finding the wreckage of this scene, Hire was horrified, and I sort of got the vibe that Deimos hates mercenaries. Hire and Deimos had a long fight, Hire saying he wouldn't heal Deimos anymore if he continued on like this. DULUM seemed somewhat unbothered by this, though, you know. Perhaps that was as DULUM didn't realize Deimos was in disguise when the carnage happened. I saw the carnage arriving last, poked full of holes, vomited, and then left. We stumbled back through the woods to find the Lady of Pain standing outside Circad alongside some guards. This was the first time we'd seen her, and we discovered she was very tall and hovering with an almost impossibly heavy-looking mask. DULUM gave her some helpful advice about managing Circad more efficiently, while we showed her to the Father Luces, in order to turn him in, as we believe he should be punished, and we didn't want to just kill him because that would be giving him what he wants. She offered us a job because she really liked us, and an open meeting to discuss further architectural improvements to Circad.
Woo!
Tufto was on top of Father Malagus, wrestling him to the ground.
Father Malagus, ooh.
Oh,
Ew.
Daddy Oh, wait. Okay.
Whoa.
When the real feelings come out.
Everyone's stopping. Tufto was on top of Father Luces, wrestling him down, and begging us not to hurt him, which, fuck if I'm gonna listen to that old bat. Hire and Malagus both wanted to forgive Father Luces, but of course, Malagus was just doing a shit where he was playing both sides, so he both wanted to forgive and punish Father Luces. The Lady of Pain wanted to punish him. I argued to punish him and talked her into doing it not in the city, because originally she wanted to punish him in the bar, and I didn't think Jackknife's bar deserved that sort of reputation. A ghostly white hand emanated from the Lady of Pain as we then crouched in the woods around Father Luces. She told us she was going to take his sight, and his eyes began to boil. Then she gentled him and gave him a docile personality to serve rather than harm.
Lobotomized.
Oriface is horrified by this. Oriface and Malagus fought because Malagus is like trying to comfort him, but is still a liar, dirty liar. We came across Vinny, who was grieving and said he didn't want to share a hotel room with us tonight. He was going to go sleep somewhere else because he already had a hotel room. Probably a honeymoon suite, the nicest hotel in town, that he's going to sleep in alone. Samir met us in his shop and greeted us with beds already set up, like little, sleeping bags. He had already canvassed over the window I broke. Oh, I forgot to mention this. I can't believe I didn't write that in my notes. While we were trying to evacuate the towers, I broke Samir's window because I thought he was inside his shop, and everyone thought I was a looter. Samir had canvassed over the windows. He fed us food. I started fixing the window. Samir said he was working on a new design. Also, he showed us his gramophone, which plays music into the shop, and taught me how music boxes work. DULUM very sensitively went to go to Bagatha's grave and grieve over her without telling anyone.
It's okay, she's still alive.
Very sensitive.
She's not a monkey.
She's a little monkey who lives in a bag.
She's not a monkey. She's not a monkey.
No, she's a dog in my
Not a
bag.
monkey.
She's a little. She's not the thing in your bag.
There's also a dog in your bag.
There are dogs.
I
There are creatures in my
showered
bag.
to wash the smell of blood off. In the middle of the night, Father Luces arrived to knock at Samir's front window. He was somewhat vacant seeming and extremely fucking eerie. DULUM let him in. Fed him and welcomed him to join the party. Orpheus refused to look upon him, and so went to sleep in the back with Samir.
You guys are just so rude. You wanted fate worse than death for him, and then he got it.
Yeah, I didn't want to fucking watch, dude. In the middle of the night, DULUM was awoke by an alarm spell and discovered something rustling around in its bag, which then rushed into DULUM's bag. DULUM went down into its bag and for the first time experienced the sense of being hunted like an animal. It sighted a fast-moving creature made out of leather and thread like the bag itself. It's a sort of very unsettling movement pattern and a jagged snout full of needle teeth. DULUM fed it, I think, some fruit, and left. Just left it there.
Nutrient brick.
Nutrient brick, there you go. I discovered in my shower process that Iceland wears a toe ring, which I took off and threw under Samir's bed, so I never have to look at it again.
Wow.
The next morning we woke up, discovered Samir had begun inventing a gun. I rolled to improve the design, rolled a nat 20, and immediately took over and sent him out from his own shop.
Mansplained.
And mansplained. So everyone needs a little bit of mansplaining done to him now and again. Everyone else, including Samir, went to go start repairs on Jackknife's Tavern. I stayed behind to work on the gun. We saw around town new guards were being hired, and Trent Whispers offered us a discount for our heroics.
Woo! Trent Whispers.
Woo.
Jackknife in her bar, or, you know, the rubbles of the smoldering corpse, was already hard at work. She was putting wood up on the walls, but strangely had her robot arm removed and still under the smoldering man. And there were other people helping her, including Forge Toe, who made peace with DULUM from their, you know, roughhousing during the drinking contest the night before, and Hiss, the red kobold who Carter reported for cheating and was thrown out the window.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Unconfirmed.
We also learned that Daramar was the name of the guard there helping out. Meanwhile, I spoke to Samir and learned he had been at Zavrix's house during the evacuation because he thought Zavrix wouldn't be home, so he wanted to break into Zavrix's house to return to Samir's own home, the city of Brass, the only livable city in the entire elemental plane of fire. He said he wanted to go home because he misses his dad, and also because there are golems there and more industry, so he would feel more at peace there. He told me that Zavrix also has a secret room with permanent portals to Waterdeep. And so Samir and I did some scheming together. We were planning to get the group to sign up as guards in order to sneak into the weapon that will be transported through Circad in a few days and go along with it to whatever plane it's come from. We went down to Jackknife's to tell everyone else the good news about our plan. Where I drew up some nice blueprints for the new tavern, most importantly, which would feature a gutter around the edge to route rain down onto the screaming corpse to relieve him from his suffering when it rains. Tick brought us takeout, and Hire removed my curse! Orpheus can taste food once again. Feels good to be alive. Not for long. Samir, we discovered, had left early to go back to his shop, but his mechanical creatures remained, and we found a note from him that he was too excited about the gun we were designing and wanted to go work on it, and he was going to cook dessert for us at home. DULUM got its reward from Jackknife for getting the drink from Liquid Velvet long before. The reward was a magically enchanted coin purse with gold stitching, which now counts how much currency is added and tracks other items. At Samir's house, we found a note outside saying he already went to sleep, so but there was no dessert accompanying. Also, his handwriting was strange, but Orpheus' main motivation was the lack of dessert. So I stormed into his room to wake him up, where I found Samir dead on the floor, with his head having been chopped off. Above him, Cecil, the small elven boy, sat holding the gun we had designed, with and pointing it at me. Next to them was Bisk holding a greatsword and standing menacingly. Diamishitz welcomed me home and said she wanted to talk. And then Bisk stated that he had followed me as a potential traitor for several days to see if I was working with the known traitor Samir, who was causing the problems in the plane of Valhalla, and that they wanted to speak to me further, and that's where we left off.
Woo!
Boom.
That felt like a really long briefing. We did a lot last time.
Very efficient.
I didn't know we did so much shit. It's awesome. All right, well, everybody, welcome back to D&D. That was an excellent intro. Thank you for that, Maisie.
Oh.
So, where we all sort of come back in is a bit of a quiet moment here in the back of Samir's shop. The majority of you have come in here now planning to sort of rest for the evening. Again, you all have these leather or animal hide sleeping bags that you've all placed out onto the shop front of Samir's floor. And this is sort of where you guys have spent the last night and plan on spending the next couple. But Orpheus in the back room demanding desserts from Samir in anger. You have stumbled into this scene with who you might believe is Dionysia, somebody you had known from your time in Valhalla. She stands there with Bisk, currently inhabiting the body of a large, burly woman, who stands with arms crossed, watching you with a sort of, what I guess I could describe as a neutral smile. But from him, it is simply like a reserved look of following orders. And you see now that a firearm that you have no idea what its usages are is pointed in your direction. And in front of you, Samir Arvalas, headless and unmoving.
How can you say I'm a traitor? Why would you even do this if I was? I don't know. You say Samir's a traitor? How can he be? He was never a lie to us.
The small elven boy speaks up quickly. Shh! Hush now. Close the door quietly.
I will do as I am told.
Okay, you slowly shut the door. For those of you outside of this room, you sort of hear the quiet click of the back door. Deimos, you recognize this as Samir's room. You also have a room back there. But for the rest of you, though, you had spent a lot of the day manually laboring, so that it's, the exhaustion from the day is weighing on you just a bit. You close the door, though, Orpheus, and now it's very dark in this room, save for now a single lit lantern in the corner that Bisk had just looked like lit a flint to ignite. The small elven voice continues to sit on the bed. Again, this voice is not ringing out with the same sort of surety and grit that you're used to from her, but nevertheless it carries a lot of weight as she says, I don't care a rat's fucking ass about what excuses you have to make for the people that you associate yourself with, but against Riddicy, the queen herself, you would ally yourselves with such known hostiles?
I would never, and I have never. Samir wasn't hostile to Queen Riddicy. He was trying to help me get home.
Your investigation, then. What have you learned from this place? Huh? You wanted to get home, then? What did you learn from him? Because I can tell you what I did.
I'm trying to remember. It's a bit fuzzy now because I was I was poisoned. Technically. It was something about bugs. He was.
Silence Night. Let me explain it to you in the way that I found through my investigations. You have allied yourself with this Samir, some sort of mechanic or other uncouth profession, an individual who is a known conspirator with the unknown entity that has now possessed your body in the great realms of Valhalla, the one who takes aside Queen Riddicy and kind of coerces her into falsehoods and placid ideas. You found this yourself too, didn't you? You found it. He spent years with her. Years.
Yes,
helping her, aiding her, and what now? You've pulled yourself aside and joined forces with him? You're sleeping in this very fucking room as this traitor? And, as you sort of shout back an outburst, you hear a click.
Sorry for raising my voice, Dionysia. You don't need to panic, alright?
You look down and you see the small elven finger on the, what you would imagine is the triggering mechanism on this firearm, sort of twitches a bit, and you hear this sort of arching back, sort of almost cocking whatever this instrument of warfare is, and the little boy sort of looks at you again, and there's this stone-faced, completely devoid of emotion, gray-black eyes behind. It's hard to see because of the lantern light, but there's really just this sense of determination behind this small boy.
You're not being reasonable, alright? You've seen my actions. I've done nothing but try to get home since I've been here. And you've done something, Fisk, you've done something really terrible. I don't think you even understand. Samir was alive. Do you know what that means? And you took that from him. It's... None of it's what Riddice would have wanted. None of it's reasonable. And none of its behavior befitting a knight, to be certain.
Bisk sort of throws up a hand in like a salute towards you and goes, "Oh, well, sir, I'm actually just following orders of Miss Diamisha after she relieved you of service not just an hour or two ago."
Bisk, she doesn't have the rank to do that. You've broken my orders and my trust, and by that you've broken Riddice's orders and trust. You're not a squire anymore. You're certainly not a knight. All you are is someone who betrayed those who were trying to look out for you.
Diamisha holds a hand up again to quiet you. "Listen, friend, there are ways that you can walk out of here just fine, but I know an enemy when I see one, and this man," and she sort of kicks the decapitated head now that sort of rolls along the floor facing you now. You see that the angle of the slice of whatever took off Samir's head was perfectly clean, and all that's inside is just more of this brown, tan clay. No organs, no tubes, just clay. The head looks lifeless, with the eyes open.
He's not an enemy, Diamisha, not by any means of the imagination. He was
an
exactly
enemy
the type of person Riddice wanted to protect. He had a normal life, making goods and selling them. He wanted a normal family. He didn't do anything wrong. He's not an enemy or an ally. He's just a civilian. Do you understand that? And you've taken that away. He lived a peaceful existence before you.
I thought I taught you better. To see an enemy, to root them out before they are able to coerce you. Just as they did the traitor that has infiltrated our home. You've forgotten much of your teachings since becoming a living person.
What is it that you think he did?
Orpheus, this man was a traitor and a benefactor of an enemy cause.
In what way?
Were you able to identify this?
I knew he was a friend of Iceland's, but he didn't know what she was doing. He had no idea.
Is that the name of the betrayer that has entered our realm?
I believe so.
I see. The small elven boy sort of looks down in thought and then looks back up at you, and sort of a coy smile falls over his face. "Well then, it sounds like you found a little bit more out, so why don't we have a chat here? Like old friends? If you really mean Riddice, the goodness and benevolence that you're telling me now, and you're not also a member of this coup, then tell me everything you know, and we can work in steps to make it better."
I don't trust you, Diamisha. You've tried to turn my own squire against me. You've killed a civilian. Riddice never would have wanted any of this. How could you behave so ignorantly of her tenants?
Riddice asked us to kill thousands! And what?
Of ghosts
the name of
in Valhalla! They were working against us. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were getting involved with.
This creature
he didn't even go to Valhalla.
With a big kick, she kicks the head again and it rolls closer towards you. This creature was no more alive than you are now.
Though, he'd never died.
Oh, I lost you there for a second. Say that again.
He was, though. He'd never died.
You need to get your priorities straight. Are you here on vacation? Are you here to make friends? No, you're here to return to your lady's service. And what exactly were you planning to get out of this man?
He told me something. God, I wish I remembered it better. It was, there was people she'd gone to that were... He thought they might have told her how to switch places with me. I was going to ask him more about them, about how I could get to them, and try to switch places back with her.
Excellent. You found the way...
It was, but now you fucking killed him, Diamisha. You can't undo that here. It's permanent.
You've gotten the information you needed out of this one.
Oh, what?
An enemy of the state, a conspirator.
I don't know where. I don't know what language they speak. I don't know what fucking plane they're on. You're so narrow-minded. You didn't plan any of this through. You've embarrassed yourself and Queen
you
Rivasi.
didn't plan this through. You didn't plan any of this through. You just got here and decided that the first person you would run into who perhaps acted friendly to you, you would decide to buddy up with. Did you not consider even for a moment that he was using you? That he had seen your form and it reminded him of some old friend and he decided he would string you along?
What way? What? No! That's not how people are, Diamisha. Not here, really.
What do you know about people? How much do you remember about people?
I've
Remind
learned.
me.
I've been here almost a week, I think.
A week, and now you're an expert?
How long have you been here? You're acting like this is still Valhalla. You're the one who seems uninformed.
I'm doing my best to get home.
Then why'd you come here? You were at home.
To return you here. Back home, I mean. I don't know what's happened to you. You're not you anymore, and I just... Even thinking of your face now reminds me of the traitor that it's in your body.
That's not me. You're falling guilty to the thing you accused Samir of, like, 2 moments ago. You're conflating us just because we look alike. It's not a mistake he made, so you shouldn't either.
You'll forgive my conspiracies often form closest to home. Do you not agree? Did we not learn that in our teachings?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it coincidence, really? Really, just coincidence that you were selected? That you were the one out of all of us, closest to the queen herself, to come here and have your form switched out with some traitor?
Doesn't your question answer itself? It wasn't coincidence. She chose me because I was closest. It wasn't anything to do with me, though. I never knew.
Then it sounds like, and she lowers the weapon now a bit, placing the firearm beside her and leaving her hand off of it, placing 2 sort of cupped hands in her lap. The elven voice speaks up again. It sounds like you still have your heart in the right place, and those gray eyes look at you hard now.
Of course I do. That's all I do, Diamisha.
But your conversations with this creature were not leading you in the right direction. You were being led astray. Can't you see that?
I don't think that's true. He was helping me.
Why would he help you if he was the main benefactor of the one who's broken into our plane?
He didn't know what she was doing. He wants her back just the way I want to be back there.
Not the way I heard it from him. Kicks the head again.
What do you mean?
You don't think I had a conversation for deciding this fate? He knew what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was helping her to come to us. He just didn't expect you to come here. He thought you would die, disappear off perhaps to limbo or something. But that's not the case. You came here and you convinced him otherwise, and perhaps he's turned a new leaf, perhaps not, but the crime still occurred.
He knew she was going to Riddicy?
He knew. He didn't tell you that,
I don't think so.
See? Didn't know all of it, did you? Didn't have the whole story.
I suppose I didn't.
You need to trust me, Orpheus. Just as much as you trust your queen,
just
as much as you trust yourself.
You ran away. You wanted to trap me. I didn't...
Yes, I needed to make sure you were still faithful.
Of course I am.
God knows how much has changed since you left. Years have gone by. Years.
Years?
It took so long for us to even find out there was a traitor among us. So much deceit and hate and doubt, and no one knew where you were, and by the time we found a way, I just wasn't sure if you would be the same. You would have the same allegiances. I had to test you. You must understand. And now that I'm here, we can get your priorities straight again. Get you back on the path home. So we can put all this behind us.
All right.
Orpheus, I'm not your enemy.
I know that.
Those people out there, the ones you're traveling with, are they your enemy?
No, of course not. They've done nothing but try to get me home.
Well, where did you meet them,
Brightbank. We'd all gotten sucked to the same place.
Oh.
The same place that Iceland, or whoever this character was, departed from this plane and entered our own?
Yes.
Did you ever stop to consider that maybe one of them was also in on this plot? It certainly runs deeper.
Orpheus is really bad at lying. No, I don't think any of them ever knew her at all, probably. It seems like she spent most of her time in Surcad, I think. Besides, what would they...
Those
They wouldn't
gray
have anything-
eyes pierce into you again. Give me a deception check.
Okay.
While you're rolling that, for all of you guys getting comfy outside, you guys are hearing what sounds like very hushed, as in the building is quieting it a lot, but you hear shouting in the back room.
I was mad about those desserts.
I really just wish Orpheus would give Samir like a chance, you know? It's like Orpheus is just always so mad. Kind of wanted the dessert too, though.
I was looking forward to it.
You can't
You
eat,
don't even
DULUM. You don't even eat.
Does that matter?
I think it's like the experience a lot of the time, you know, like it's like a way of showing affection, I feel.
Well, listen, do you even sleep, DULUM, or do you just stand there?
Mostly just sit.
Okay, well, don't watch me while I sleep, alright? That's weird.
No promises.
I need you to promise me this. This is a weird thing.
You just end up in my field of vision.
Well, face the wall. Face the corner.
Oh, like a
I
Blair
cannot
Witch
do
sort
that.
of situation.
Why can't you do that? Yeah, Blair Witch.
Because there are threats in this room.
Malicus's eyes go wide and he looks at Father Luce. You want me to skin him?
No, he seems quite docile now.
Well, who's the threat? Is it Samir?
Point out my bag.
Huh?
There are many creatures in there.
Huh?
What?
Malicus grabs you higher and sort of drags you in and goes, Deimos, get over here.
Okay, yeah, group meeting.
Yeah, and then starts huddling up and he goes, you mean to tell me you have living creatures in there?
Yes.
Oh my god, other prisoners?
No.
How many people have you put in there? Do you just grab them off the street?
No, there are no people in there, as far as I am aware.
Okay, like a monkey?
Perhaps a small monkey.
Agatha?
Some sort of ape?
I thought it was Bagatha, but it might not be anymore.
Is there like a dog? Or a cat? I don't want to guess this. What do you have in there?
It is most similar to a dog.
Okay, so you stole someone's dog off the street.
No, it appeared there.
It appeared there. I feel like we need to talk about this. Like, Higher, you could probably deal with this one, right? Malicus sort of steps away for a moment and gestures.
Oh, yeah, I got this. Have you tried petting the dog?
It would not show itself. I fed it.
Oh, that's good. Did it eat?
I am unsure. Do you want to check? I want a motion to open the bag.
I'll go down there if you go down there with me, Higher.
Wait, Malagus, this is probably exactly how we got the last people to get in the bag.
Oh shit! You guys both like turn your heads to DULUM at the same time. Okay,
Is
wait,
there
what
a
if we
problem?
leave?
Yeah, we could leave Deimos here, maybe. Deimos can probably.
No,
take DULUM.
I can take DULUM. You two go down. Deimos and Higher take a look. I'll keep an eye on DULUM.
I give Malagus a good like ocular pat down. This guy can't take, this guy cannot take DULUM. Okay, sounds like a good plan.
All right. Open the bag, robot.
Sure thing. I'll open it.
And you open it a little bit. It's a really small opening. I mean, this is like a satchel, so to fit down this, Higher you can fit down pretty easily, but Deimos, it's like you're not sure if you're gonna make it. Your hips or perhaps your shoulders are just far too broad. You sort of have to stuff some stuff in there. You worry you're gonna break it. It's like
Dang.
sort of shoving yourself down. You can try though. Do you want to give me like an athletics or acrobatics check to slip down?
How about I cast my transfigure self, and I will just turn into a kobold.
Oh my god. He's so fucking cool.
Higher, look
Sick.
at you.
All right.
You're so talented.
Thank
You just do
High.
anything?
Yeah, pretty much anything. If you need anything, just leave it up to me.
Whoa.
All right, so you turn to a kobold now, and DULUM, do you lower the rope for them?
Of course.
Okay, you lower it down, and you guys see this hole beneath you. As you look down, it's dark in there, and all the walls are made of this weird brown and blue fabric, and it's dark, and you think you can see the glitter of some sort of broken glass on the floor, some 40 feet down.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye out here. Just be safe, all right?
Sir, yes, sir.
All right. And do the two of you guys want to descend?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay. You guys
How
begin
would
going
one
down.
descend?
As you guys drop down the rope, Malagus sort of clasps his hands over yours, DULUM, and sort of slightly closes the bag and goes, "All right, listen, I'll make you a deal. I'll let you kidnap these two if you promise not to take me."
Good plan, good plan.
I will not kidnap anyone.
But you said you kidnapped some dogs.
No, they were created in this bag.
He gives you this just god-awful look of confusion. And as he does so, Orpheus,
I rolled a 15, which is very
Okay.
good for me.
that's a very good roll. Dionysia glares at you with those stone gray eyes, sort of looking you up and down, and again, this sly smile sort of curls around the lips of this small elven boy, and she goes, "Well, listen, I'm sorry to have put this on you so quickly, Orpheus. I know that you had gotten close with this man on the floor here, and
No.
I hope you can see where I'm coming from and trying to get you back on the right path. So, how about this, all right? You, me, and Bisque will go back to my room that I have in the tower over, and we'll work this out, the three of us. And you shouldn't see these people anymore. They're just distractions. They don't know how to help us. They don't know what it's like."
I just... Dionysia, I don't know if you understand what you've done to him. You know, he had a whole life still going on here, and you cut that short, and, you know, there are other people who needed him around.
Orpheus,
I think you need to go home.
A crime was committed, a dastardly crime
Yes.
beyond any forgiveness, and for that
He didn't...
it is
I don't-
important that he was sent to the next life, where he will live another great life.
But
You don't need to be afraid for him. This is a part of the living world that you must have forgotten. Fights,
we're not
wars
from...
are waged. I can tell you, I remember. People fight and
That's
die
true.
here the same way they do in our home, but unlike our
I know
home,
that.
death is a little bit more permanent here, yet just as common.
But we don't have any right to do that here. We're not from here. It's not our...
No, but
Our
we weren't meant
place.
to come here. Without his work, without his continuous support of Iceland,
I think so.
we would never have come here. We would have never been here. It is his undoing. Feel no guilt, Orpheus.
You said he thought I would just disappear or die or something, and it's because he didn't think I was alive, because I'm not, but you know, right?
That's right.
I want to look around to see if Samir's backpack is here.
Okay, you look around, and sure enough, you do see it. It looks to have been set up on the bedside over where Bisque is standing.
Okay, does it look like they went through it?
It does look open. You can't see anything sort of spread out outside of it, but it is sort of open on the top a little bit. You're not sure. Bisque
Mhm.
sort of looks at you looking around the room and goes, "Well, if I might have a word, Miss Dionysia." And the little boy nods and he goes, "Well, listen, Orpheus, I'm sorry that this happened, but the way Dionysia explained it to me, it actually makes a lot of sense. So, I mean, I really like spending my time with you, but to be fair, I was just supposed to keep an eye on you to see if you were working with this guy who we were told is a traitor."
What do you mean you were told? Who told you?
Well, Miss Dionysia and others of
yes.
the Knights Council,
Others? What others? Who else is involved in this?
pretty much all of us, sir. It's actually quite an effort to bring you home.
Able to? Are they here?
Well, it's sort of hard to get here, sir.
No, they
so
shouldn't be here. I wasn't. He
Abel
didn't.
was the first to volunteer, actually.
Oh, that's nice of him.
Yeah, we're not sure
Um,
where he is.
Wait, so he is here somewhere?
Well, sir, like I said, he was the first to volunteer, so, and Dionysia
I
holds up a
thought you
hand and goes,
denied him. Why would you send him? All right. Okay. One thing at a time, please, Bisque. Don't speak to me more. Here's what I'm trying to think through. Samir betrayed me, sort of, but he didn't think I was alive, so he didn't know he was hurting me. And while I say that, I want to look at the backpack. And I don't think it's fair that his life ended early, because there was other things he had planned on that I think he deserved to get a chance to do. I'll go with you both if you just give me a few minutes to try to fix him if I can.
Dionysia nods and goes, "Listen, Knight Orpheus, you are stronger than just some material connection. This is not your undoing. I believe that your relationships you've made here on the material plane have put you in some sort of spell, led you away from your mission, your goals in life to serve the Queen undying and
No, but
never ending.
if she's not here, I need to do my best to think what she would want, and this is exactly what she wants. It's people, craftsmen, making worthwhile things and living peaceful lives, and I think she would have wanted us to leave this right and not wrong.
But my boy, you forget." And at this point, the little half elf, or sorry, the little elf boy puts a hand on your shoulder and sort of in a comforting way,
Oh,
and goes, my boy, you forget though, we waged endless years of war to gain that.
yes.
And here things are different. It is unlike Valhalla. We don't have the means of peace forever.
No.
Some blood must be shed in the name of goodness.
But not this one is what I'm saying. Just let me fix him and I'll go, okay? Just please?
Dionysia, continuously holding that hand on your shoulder, goes, "Orpheus, I can't let you do that. This was a traitor, and his fate is met. If you'd like, we can inter the body and perhaps, the gods willing, send this one off to a proper resting place, but there's no more time on the mortal plane for such a creature."
Right.
The small boy looks at you with this sort of sympathy and this very gray eyes, and you see Dionysia looking at you with this warmth that you sort of had come to expect, albeit still a hardness in there that you can tell is ever present. She goes, "Listen, why don't we just make our way out of this room and you say goodbye to your friends and we figure this out, just the three of us, huh?"
It's what you think Riddicy would have wanted?
Riddicy doesn't know what she wants anymore. We have to act on our own. And right now I'm acting the way I knew when I lived.
And you lived a very long time.
It's true. Over
And you're
100
really good at
years
it.
of knowledge. I led city-states,
Mhm.
Oro. I am aware of what it takes to bring people together, to bring
Peacefully.
rulers back to where they belong. Yes, peace. Peace, and all in the name of peace. I'm sorry
All
that
right.
this had to be the way it happened, but I couldn't have you distracted anymore by this.
I understand. I'll go with you, but I don't want to say bye to the others. Is there like a window in Samir's room?
No, it is windowless.
I'll do the walk of shame. Alright.
You're gonna go out the window?
Wow.
Wow, you would just leave us like that?
Fucked up.
What am
Wow.
I supposed to do?
Wow.
Okay,
She looks
Alright.
at you again and gives you a smile and goes, "Listen, doing the right thing, Orpheus.
have you found Abel? You said no.
We can discuss that after a night's sleep, friend. I don't want to overwhelm you. I can tell the emotions of this world are strong with you.
He's not
She
with
looks-
you, though. Right.
No.
Maybe we can find him.
Would you like to know what happened?
Yes.
Well, about 6-7 years ago, when we first learned that you were an imposter,
Mm-hmm.
we held a council, spoke with the high mages, and learned as much as we could from those living in the Candlelight Palace of the other worlds. We found a
Mhm.
way, albeit a strange one, but a way that we could send, perhaps just momentarily, a mind into a body here in the material plane. And the second the scholars were able to discern what could be done, Abel was the first to volunteer. He said, "I will go out and find Orpheus and bring him home, bring him back to us."
Mm-hmm.
So, the mages, they sent him, and body collapsed and vaporized, as you know so well, and we haven't heard from him since.
Well, maybe we can find him altogether. I mean, we'll need to, right?
She nods her head sort of solemnly and goes, as the guardian of science, Averos was tasked with finding him, but no luck is found yet. We believe that something went wrong with the first attempt at sending one of us here, and perhaps we went to the wrong target, or perhaps we sent him nowhere at all.
I see.
But he has the goal of searching for you, so if he is out here somewhere, then just know he has good intentions.
He's not always the most goal-oriented, but yeah, we'll find him. Let's just go sleep somewhere, maybe.
Right. I'm sorry, Orpheus. I know what you're doing it feels right, and you are doing what Riddicy would want, but right now we need to do what she needs. Do you understand me, son?
What? Wait, what? What do you mean? It's not up to us. We should do what she wants us to do.
You don't understand. What she wants right now isn't what she needs. She needs to go back to the way she was. She needs to be a leader, an orator, someone who brings people together.
Wait.
We need a champion. We don't need whatever she's become. We're figuring out a way to get her back, and the first step is returning you home and removing the imposter. Once that is done, it will just be a matter of convincing and reminding.
Reminding her. Because it really is what she wants.
Dionysia smiles weakly at you.
If she was here right now, she would tell me to go with you.
That's not something I can tell you, but I'm working independently now. I think the best way I can explain it to you, Oro, is that she's been compromised. We're going to have to work with the teaching she's given us and figure out a solution.
According to her teachings.
Yes, of course, but right now we can't treat her wishes as absolute anymore. We need to save her. Imagine saving an ally trapped in a prison. As you recall, all those times that Rex would take you prisoner, I would send some battalion to collect you, and it's just like that.
Because even though I wasn't there to tell you I needed help, you knew it's what I would say.
Another weak smile at this point, and Dionysia goes, I'm out of my element too. I'm sort of just making things up as I go, but we need a leader. We need somebody to take charge, and
we do.
I just don't know if you can handle it right now. I'm sorry, Oro.
No, I don't.
I mean, look at me, and she gestures down now.
Yes.
I can't even fight. I've been trapped in this form and this form alone, and even then, the stubborn brat keeps kicking me out.
Yes, that's why you have the... Does that thing even work? Let me see. It could help you.
I don't know. She sort of tosses it to you now, and you look down at this strange-looking device.
Okay, I want to put it in my pocket and say, I don't think you can decide what's best for Riddicy. I think I'm going to do what she wants. And I don't think she would want me to agree with you right now.
Hey, what do you mean?
No, I think she would want you to leave.
Orpheus, I know what's best. I have the
you need to go home,
capabilities and the memories.
You shouldn't have come here. You need to go.
You need to go home. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting you
I
home.
know, and I'm going to get home, but I don't think your way is the way I am going to do it. I don't think it's the way Riddicy would tell us to do it.
The kid jumps off the bed now, and you see Bisk sort of back him up. What do you mean? This is the way. This is the only way. What changed your mind? Give me that back.
You were saying we weren't following Riddicy's orders, and that isn't right. I want to try to open the door behind me.
All right, you sort of go to open the door, and Dionysia shouts, "No, hey, no, this is a private conversation." And as
I don't want to talk.
You slowly open the door a little bit, and in the rest of the room, you guys hear, and I guess you guys is just DULUM and Malagus now.
I'm in the bag.
You open the door now, and DULUM and Malagus sort of turn now to see Orpheus shouting with somebody inside, and you hear a foreign voice, not Samir's, and Orpheus looks pained and hurt with a hand on the doorframe, and you hear a shout from inside from what sounds like a child. Don't you walk away from this, Orpheus! I'm telling you right now, this is what is good for you, and if you leave me right now, I have no choice but to work without you.
I'm not leaving, Diamisha. You are, alright? You're leaving this house and then going home. Do you understand? I can't agree with your methods. They're not right.
Do I need to consider you an enemy as well, huh?
No, but I can't. I am
Listen.
a follower of Ridicey's word. No matter whether or not you decide that word is no longer worth listening to. Do you understand?
The kid sort of squares up to you now, and with this harsh, gritty voice, as best as she can get out of this small boy, she goes, "I'm sending you back whether you like it or not."
Only if I don't go there first, okay?
And with that, the small elven boy stomps out of the room, and Bisk sort of quietly follows. DULUM, you see these unexpected people in the shop. The small elven boy looks at you as he sort of waddles by DULUM, and you see these extremely intense, cold gray eyes. Malaga sort of shoots a glance, then looks back and goes, "Damn, didn't know Orpheus was into freaky shit."
Hello?
Anyway, so if you just pull up the rope now, then we might be able to get away with this.
We are not kidnapping them.
Just pull it up. I don't want anything else crawling out. Just like, maybe we just look. We watch them.
DULUM,
They
pull
can open the
out.
bag.
Orpheus, you now see that half of your party is missing from the room, and Malagus and DULUM are sort of squatting next to each other.
Yeah, I see these insane hijinks after having the most stressful thought process of my life.
You
I
watch
just wanna do what
as
people tell me when they'll tell me to do different things. I watch.
Diamisha sort of scrambles out of this room again, like moving as a child might, and you can tell she's still a little unstable on her legs, moving her way out, and Bisk sort of quietly follows and shoots you a look back every once in a while, and at some point he sort of mouths, "I'm sorry," and looks really guilty, but continues following Diamisha.
I'll follow them to the door, and on the stoop just sort of say, if you find yourself brought back to Ridicey's tenants and to serving Queen Ridice, I would be happy to serve alongside you, but I would also not shy away from working against you if you seek to to shatter the peace that exists here. And Bisk, I just want you to know you're no longer my squire.
He looks hurt by this as he turns back and looks at you and goes, "Sir, I'm not sure anymore." And Diamisha sort of snaps and goes, "You'll be hearing from me soon, or seeing me sooner. I will be getting you home, no matter the cost. And I will follow this trail back to whatever started it, and kill whoever was fucking involved.
For what? Diamisha, what'll that help?
I just want my home back. You don't know what it was like there."
I'll close the door.
Okay, and the kid leaves now, and you sort of have a sigh of a moment of relief.
Yeah, I just walk back to Samir's room.
You sort of walk back. Malaga sort of watches you also go by with like a stink eye.
I guess.
What happened, huh? Why are you always so emotional?
I'll just sort of try to pull them after me into the room. Can I fix him?
You bring in DULUM and Malagus now, and DULUM, you see the corpse of Samir Arvelos.
What happened?
I think they broke in. They thought he was working against Ridice. I don't know. I do know why, but I don't think it was true. Maybe. Do you think mending? I want to try to sit and start trying to put his head back on his neck, like at least in the same right position.
Okay, you sort of start showing it back on, and it's sort of hard to watch DULUM, like this attempt to reconstruct him that you sort of imagine won't work, and the head slides right off as you sort of push him together.
DULUM, do you know, you're like the same as him, right?
Somewhat, but not very similar.
Can I start trying to use mending to get the head to stick?
Okay, as you sort of hover over this thing, Malagus now does look a bit surprised, and he goes, "Shit, I'm sorry, Orpheus. I didn't realize what had happened back here. You should have called. Why didn't you yell?"
She had the
thing Samir had been building, and I thought she was going to shoot it at me. I don't know. I should have just yelled. I shouldn't have been scared of something like that.
Damn, that the fucking guy who's been following us around Biscuit did this, or the shitty kid?
Both of them. They're both traitors, I think.
I'm sorry. And he sort of puts an arm on your shoulder and then goes, not to damper the mood, but did you by any chance hit the kid at all?
No! I didn't! Do it again! It's like this really old lady where I come from, and she used to be so nice to me. But she's not anymore, I guess. Or never, she's betrayed the word
Holy.
Eurydice. She got it in her head that she knows better. Now she's, acting crazy, I guess.
You ghost people are so hard to keep track of, but
Thanks.
I'm sorry that this happened.
Me too. Do you know Malagus?
God, no, but DULUM here is probably smart enough to figure it out, right? Can't you, work backwards from the supplies in his office or whatever this is?
It's
surely he's got...
Deimos! Malagus, shut up. Go get Deimos.
Open the bag wider.
Speaking of Deimos, let's pan now to Hire and Deimos. This is as you guys are climbing down the rope, not a few minutes before. Hire and Deimos, you both descend into the bag. This sort of sickly feeling washes over you both as you descend into here. This feeling of some sort of cancer, like a growth is surrounding you. Like touching the walls or floors for too long will infect you with some sort of sickness. It just feels very unnerving here. It feels unclean, perhaps, or at least something about this place just feels wrong. You've got this pit in your stomach, like something here isn't quite right all the time, and as you remain longer, the pit only sort of grows and makes you feel a little bit more anxious. It's an unfortunate feeling that neither of you really expected descending into the bag, but nevertheless, you're feeling it pretty strongly. As you reach the bottom level, when looking up now, you've got 40 feet of difference between you and the little face of DULUM in the tiny bag hole above you all. And around you, there's this sort of box-shaped room made of the same fabric the bag is. The ground beneath you is sort of canvas blue, and the walls are sort of brown and blue canvas as well in a tapestry. There are 4 strange doorways on all 4 walls surrounding you. Each is just like an archway. There's no door itself, just like some sort of entrance into yet another room beyond, and all you can see in every direction is darkness. On the floor beneath you are a couple items. You see broken glass, lots of water, salt water to be exact. There is weird fruit. No, wait, DULUM took out the weird fruit. There are candles in here, and 1 sword that glows faintly green, a magic green sword.
You know, if Ethera is a heaven, this place would definitely be the equivalent hell. But if we want to sell this item, there is so much space in here. Oh my goodness. We got to start measuring it. Get the measuring tape out.
Yeah, it's very unclean for DULUM. I'm quite surprised, actually.
Yeah, I expected better. But, I mean, if it's expanding and expanding, then I get how that'd be hard to keep that whole space clean.
And you look around you now, and it's sort of cold in here and a little damp. The humidity from all that water at your feet has made it a little wet in the air. And looking off in all 4 sort of cardinal directions here, all you see are what looks like more rooms that increase and increase. And as you sort of peer down each hallway, you can sort of see there's the end of each of these rooms and yet another doorway and another. And you seem to be almost at the center of some sort of grid that expands outward in every direction. You don't see anything in these rooms, but can I get both of you guys to make a perception check?
Yeah. Get to pull that.
Sure.
Man, I feel like this would also be a really great place for the Minotaur, as well. I could totally see that. Get a good maze going on down here.
What if it's not a dog and it was a minotaur this entire time.
Yeah, should we be like concerned that we're about to like should we have our weapons drawn?
I mean, DULUM didn't seem concerned too much about it, so I don't know.
Okay. Everything's probably fine everywhere,
Surely.
including out of the bag.
Okay, I got a 16.
Okay. Demos, you are again not able to see anything in any direction. There's no lights in here, but you hear something. It sounds like almost like a seam ripper, like a something cutting fabric, like heavy shears. Far off in the direction of one of the cardinal direction sort of archways. You hear it off in the distance, and you sort of look down it and higher, you sort of glance down there too, and now you can hear it. There's just this sort of very distant echoing sound of something.
Well, that must be where our dog is.
Yes, for sure, but okay, hear me out. If a dog could spawn down here, what's to say other things couldn't?
True.
Fine, let's go for the dog. Hopefully it's just the dog.
Alright, you guys start exploring the rooms. You make your way in one of the directions, the direction that you heard the dog coming the something coming from. It sounds like a scratching sound. Eventually, as you make your way through, you enter another room. At this point, it gets too dark for either of you who don't have dark vision to see. Do you guys have dark vision?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, so fuck that, you're fine.
2 kobold buddies.
You head into the next room now and see a couple things. First off, this room is an almost exact recreation of the first one. The dimensions seem about the same. The patterning of cloth on the walls, floors, and ceiling are all the same. You don't see a hole on the ceiling anymore. There's no opening like the bag had in the previous room, but otherwise there's only one archway in this room that just leads off in the same direction the previous one came from. The other 2 walls are empty, just with this blue expanse of canvas. You see on the floor in the center of this room are a couple strange cloth baubles. You see little bits of cloth that are sharp and jagged on the edges, as if they were like glued very sturdily on the edges, and the glue was chipped in such a way to make it a little bit sharp. This sort of looks similar to you as the broken glass did in the other room. As well, you also see these sort of cloth balls that have these small brown blue sprouts out of the top that sort of resemble fruit. You even see this sort of droopy cloth recreation of a sword on the ground.
Now that I just really don't like personally.
And then, so this is all you see in this room. The sound is still distant. You guys sort of continue walking now into the next room, keeping a close eye on the exit behind you. It is pretty obvious to see, just considering it's the only one of these rooms that has a light source in it, this sort of beacon of light from above from where the entrance is. In the next room, things are basically the same. You see all these sort of odds and ends items on the ground, and there's one other entranceway on the far end. And as you make your way through yet another room, stepping now 3 rooms away from the main entrance, this room seems a little different. There is a multitude of strange cloth swords in this room. There's like some sort of armory in here. Instead of the one sort of strange floppy cloth sword on the ground, you see stands made of this dark brown and blue fabric, very hard to the touch. And inside of each of these stands are rolled up pieces of cloth resembling spears and swords and other such items. All of them useless to you now, but they look quite unnerving.
Okay, so now my next thought is, what if you put a person down here? Would we get like a cloth recreation of that person?
I don't know. It depends how long you want to stay down here.
This feels like cancer. I feel
No.
like each like growing part, it's like just getting worse.
The next room you go to also is just sort of this hobscobble of strange items around the room. You're not quite sure what it is. It looks like it might be more of these fruits recreated by the dozen, just filling the room in piles. Some of them even have the same rotted quality that actual fruits do, where the fabric is splayed on the edges and this sort of uncomfortable metallic wet smell comes from the inside of these quote-unquote rotten cloth fruits. One more room still, and you make your way into what you could almost describe as a dining hall. A long table spans the center, its surface quilted but surprisingly sturdy. There are plates, quote-unquote, of blue satin holding what looks to be food of just different threads. There's a roasted chicken woven from blue yarn and green beans stitched with dull green fibers. You almost feel like you can smell food in the air, but there's nothing, and the whole thing is just very unnerving.
Wow. Could feed a whole cloth army here.
So, would you guys like to keep going?
This has to be just one of the better rooms. So, a feast. Mr. DM, can I cast Detect Magic?
Yes, go for it.
Can I pick up one of the fruits and taste it a little bit?
Okay, you pick it up and you sort of put it in your mouth, and yep, that's just canvas tarp. It just
Ugh.
You don't even need to bite down on it. It is just cloth. It's like biting the outside of a bag. It is not tasty at all. It's uncomfortable, and you immediately you're like, okay, this was a weird idea. But good to try.
Deimos, I would prefer if you didn't just eat things that you find they could be poison.
Just tasting.
And?
It wasn't that good, but it could have been.
So Detect Magic goes out. Would you remind me of the distance that Detect Magic can reach higher?
30 feet radius.
Okay, cool. There is sort of a hazy, uncomfortable magic around you, in the air around you. This whole room sort of gives off the hazy after effects of basically what is I want to say transmutation magic.
But was something given without like of equal value?
Without a circle?
Without a circle?
No circle. This was all done with some sort of transmutation magic. That's what you're getting out of this hire. It's all about the same, and you can tell with your sort of knowledge of magic that these items around you are not themselves magic. They merely were created with magic. They were created with something, and they still sort of have the effects of them, like lingering. This whole room does. Even the air around you does. The stale, cold air. Just as you cast it and you're looking around, Deimos, you see something scuttle across the top of the table, knocking over some of the cloth fruits and vegetables. You turn over and see something very small. It's a little mouse made of burlap.
Oh.
The mouse seems to pick up one of the small, what you'd almost imagine as cloth green grapes, grabbing one of them and scuttles off into the darkness of the room, disappearing.
Oh. Surely that's not our dog. It's too small.
I feel like that could be our dog.
Should we go after it? I feel like we should.
I guess that's what we were sent down here to do.
All right, you guys give chase then after the mouse, which sort of squeaks off and runs into the next room. You sort of dart through the next room, which is sort of similar to the one you were just in, a dining hall, but this one has a cloth chandelier hanging overhead with crystals shimmering with patches of sort of translucent cloth. You dart through this room and into the next, and in the next you enter some sort of garden room, like an indoor garden sprawling around you, complete with all these fabric plants. Tulips and roses made of layered silk sway as if though alive, and you see tiny insects constructed of scraps of cloth buzz around silently. And here the mouse tries to lose you all in a patch of what you would almost imagine is cloth corn. Can I get a perception check from both of you as you both dart in here?
Those magical lights, or dancing lights, strain that Malagus has must be doing crazy things to me right now.
I'm seeing shit. I'm seeing some crazy.
All right, I got a 10.
Okay, higher.
And I got an 18.
Okay, higher. You see the mouse sort of scurry in and hide, try to find a little hidey hole within the corn grown here in this sort of indoor garden. It's cowering, hiding at the very base of the plant, and it's pretty well obscured, but you caught exactly where it went, and it's sort of huddled within itself. You see these, not quite button eyes, but it's almost like the top of a pinhead. It juts out from its eye hole. And it has a sort of little rat tail that you notice too, made of just overlapping folded cloth. The creature scuttles and tries to hide itself, holding its grape and trembling slightly. What would you like to do?
Okay, now this feels to me like a real mouse. Like, I don't know if we could confuse this for a dog at this point.
Yes, I think so too. I'm not sure, but could the dog be further down into this bag, and how far?
We've kept directions of where we're going so far, right?
I'm gonna say you guys kept a pretty good track. You're only about 8 or 9 rooms in so far, so it's pretty easy to retrace your steps.
I guess we can go a bit further, but
And just
I'm scared
as
to
you
go too far deep.
as you say that, higher, DULUM, this is when you are now opening the bag to call for them, or rather, Orpheus has the idea to call for them. So
Deimos, are you down there?
and your voice echoes down, and higher and Deimos, you guys hear a very, very distant, hushed sound, which sounds a little bit like DULUM's voice, but the words are lost.
Ooh, is that DULUM?
I think so. We should check that out. We should go back.
Okay.
Yes?
I guess so. I guess it's
Like, if we
going-
have to leave this scary, scary place.
Like
we
if we
should.
have to. Okay, fine.
And we'll start heading back.
Okay, you guys turn back now and start trotting back. DULUM, you don't hear any response, and you're looking down into the hole now. Malagus sort of looks over your shoulder and goes, Jesus fucking Christ, did you get them killed down there?
Unlikely, but possible.
Have you not explored it yourself? You sent down Mr. and Mrs. Spelunky to die. Have you even looked in your own fucking bag?
Malagus, can
I've
you please
explored
just
a
keep a
few.
positive attitude right now?
Mr. and Mrs. Spelunky! Who is Mrs. Spelunky?
Who is Mrs. Spelunky? I'm sorry, Orpheus. I know this tonight's been hard on you.
I just...
Go ahead. Speak your mind.
I just keep mending.
Okay, you continue mending. You've got a couple minutes now of mending while there's silence within the bag. After a few moments, the head looks to be attached to the rest of the body. You've sort of mended the outside fully, and you don't see any seams or cracks, but his eyes are still open wide and unmoving, and there's no response.
Okay, I'll take a second, knowing what my next move is, but needing Deimos' help, and I want to stand up and go to his backpack and make sure the golem is still there.
Okay, you make your way over to the golem. As you do so, DULUM, it like 3 or 4 minutes go by, and you still don't hear anything in there. And this is while Hire and Deimos are running back, but you still don't hear or see anything.
All right, I guess I'll go check on them.
Do you really want to go in there if it's dangerous right now?
This unit can handle it.
Okay. Please be safe, DULUM.
Always. I'll start climbing down.
Okay, you make your way down the rope. It only takes about 20 feet of descending before you hear the sort of stomp, stomp, stomp of your friends hustling their way back. And Hire and Deimos, as you guys crest into the third closest room to the entranceway, that sound distantly behind you has gotten louder and faster. It sounds closer now. Something going. It seems to be growing louder and closer. You guys turn around and you still don't see anything, but your dark vision only goes out about 60 or so feet. Deimos, yours is a bit further, but you still don't see anything on the edge of your vision.
Fuck. I'll cast. Can I try to do a running cast bless on Deimos and I? Or
Okay,
Deimos?
Deimos, you see Hire start running.
God. Okay, I'll try to keep up with him.
Okay.
While looking
Don't worry,
backwards
I
the
have
entire time.
lowest running speed. I need the head start.
Okay, he got the head start. Demos, you start running to keep up, and the bless goes out, and the two of you are now blessed. You guys start running now, and DULUM, you see, or rather hear them stomping and clomping over. Higher is especially loud, wearing full plate mail, right?
Yeah.
Clank, 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 all the way over. Eventually, you see them on the crest of your vision, and as they get closer, you also see behind them two fast-moving, nearly invisible shapes as they blend into the background perfectly.
Oh.
Small, quadrupedal things chasing your friends.
Great.
All right.
Do they
don't
seem
say
like
anything.
do they seem like they're catching up?
They're chasing. They are catching up. You think it'll be tight. The
Okay,
entire group of you might all meet right at the bottom of this rope.
I'll start preparing a spell.
Okay, you prep a spell. Demos, you hear the footsteps behind you are louder. This padding, gada-gada, gada-gada. It sounds quadrupedal. Something is chasing after you. You look over your shoulder, but it's impossible to say that you see anything besides maybe a blur, a moving shape. Higher, the same for you. You hear the sound behind you, and the two of you are running sort of neck and neck. And Demos, you get a bit ahead for a moment here as you guys crest into the one room close to the entrance, and the light boring down from the entrance hole that DULUM is sort of swaying from now. It illuminates you guys, and you see each other now. When you look behind you, and just 5-10 feet behind you, running, chasing you, and now snarling, are these strange cloth beasts. They run after you. DULUM, what do you want to do?
How tall is the entryway between each room?
They're pretty big. You'd say about 10 feet tall and maybe even 10 feet wide. It's these big archways.
Okay, I'd say once my friends cross into our room, I would want to cast Hypnotic Pattern into the entryway.
Okay,
Well-
your two friends cross into this room, and Demos and Higher, you guys both spare a glance behind you to see the light now illuminating two dog-like creatures chasing after you, snarling teeth now shining in the light with these strange fabric patterns all over them and beady black eyes. Just as they crest into the light and begin snapping at your heels, a bright burst of light appears as DULUM casts a spell. What? This is a saving throw, right, DULUM?
Yeah,
Okay, what saving throw?
it's a whiz.
Oh, awesome. Okay, hold on. All right, they got a 3 and an 8.
They both fail.
Okay, so your hypnotic pattern shines brightly, and Demos and Higher, you guys sort of turn now back to the rope with a bit of adrenaline kicking in now, being chased by two animals. For you, Higher, it reminds you of the time you did also fight dogs, not just like a week ago. You were fighting dogs in the forest.
But worse.
These two beasts, though, sort of stop in their tracks, and you hear them continue to snarl and they stop, and you see them pawing at their eyes and looking confused and staring into these bright, dancing lights in the air. And it gives you just enough time to catch up to the rope and begin ascending right alongside DULUM. DULUM, you look down and you see the two beasts looking up confused at your lights, and you get a better look at them now in the light. And they are truly and entirely cloth-born, made of primarily threads and colors that make up the bag that you are holding. However, you see a couple novel colors in them as well. The teeth have a sort of dull white to them, and their eyes are perfect black. As well, each claw seems to have this gray tone to it, and none of these are colors in your bag itself, but they are sort of in the same color palette. Obviously, the fact that these things are moving at all feels very unnatural, and you yourself, DULUM, even creeping into your bag, get that feeling of uncomfortable, cancerous growth as you watch these two things look confused. This buys you guys just enough time to all climb out of the bag, and you all sort of come out in a heap.
Is everything alright? What just happened?
We found the dogs.
The dogs found us.
Dogs?
There's some sort of evolutionary, ever-expanding cloth prison down there. At first, they resembled the items you had already put in, but then they became more and more live-like, but also more cloth.
Jesus fucking Christ, are you guys alright?
Yeah, but I think Deimos might have got poisoned. He tried to eat one of the claw things.
Just taste a cloth thing. It looked like fruit. It was it was natural.
I don't know, but I'm worried about you.
Fuck, listen, that thing is dangerous. Can we just get rid of it? Throw the bag into the ocean or take that damn stone out?
I feel like at this point, it's like we have like a very dangerous place. I feel like if we give it to other people or leave it behind, then other people could get it, and I don't know if I want that either.
Yes.
I don't want to know that there are monsters that sleep with us every night.
This unit can contain it.
What? No
Oh.
offense, but are we gonna trust DULUM here to look after the monsters in his fucking bag?
I'll be honest, we've slept with monsters before, like Father Lucius.
It's
honestly,
not nice to call Demos that.
not what I meant. I think we've dealt through worse, to be honest. And if there's anyone I trust to control chaos, it is DULUM. We were just talking about he doesn't sleep, right?
Malagus throws his hands up. Ah!
Samir is hurt.
What? What do you mean?
I don't. They had his head all off. I've got it back on, but I don't know how to fix him all the way.
I'll do what I can. I'll go to start casting healing.
I was thinking the book I gave you two on golems, maybe something in it.
I'm sorry. I don't. Wasn't he just in his room? And
There were two other people. They hurt him badly.
Cure wounds at 3rd level.
Okay. You hold your hands out again, and the spell works. You see the healing energy float from your hands to Samir's body, but in this instant, nothing changes. You all look down at him. He's unmoving. Demos, you think there could be something around that maybe Samir uses to wake himself up, but you don't quite remember where it is or what. If you want to roll me a history check.
Samir history. 25.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Nice. Okay.
Coded.
That's an excellent roll. Demos, it comes to you. There is a book in the back in Samir's workshop where he keeps sort of a list of individual parts unique to himself. Components needed for personal maintenance and upkeep. He's basically having to keep himself alive through spellcasting every once in a while. And you remember that's where he keeps it. You've never done any of that yourself, but you make your way over, and sure enough, this little book is still there. It's this huge leather-bound grimoire with a clasp on the front with a small lock. You sort of thumb at it for a second, and you see the lock disconnect immediately. And you open it up, and there is a scribbling of letters in here. A sort of what almost is like a personal journal put in with like a medical document, and on top of that, it is a spell book.
Boy.
It looks very complicated. None of the pieces you immediately recognize. Sometimes you'll see something and go, "Oh yes, we sell that here. That's like a gear in the back," or this certain balm we have that we give to Warforged, but you're not quite sure the purpose of any of this, and all the writing is very illegible.
I bring it over to Sir Orpheus, and this is a book he kept of all the inventory of his components. You could say that he needs to keep for himself in himself. I don't know, and I just hand it over.
Does it make any more sense to me?
You look down at it now. Same thing as Demos. This is just like a very classic person who spent a long time writing notes to themselves, so they sort of create their own form of shorthand.
Mm-hmm.
You see chicken scratch. There is writing here, and it's in common, but the writing, while very sophisticated, does not really seem to follow any pattern. This does seem to be a bit chaotic in nature. There's not a lot of seeming merit to it. You're not even sure if this whole thing is indexed. You sort of look through it, and you look at the first page, and it looks like it has something to do with the voice box, and then the second page is sort of an extension of that, but then once you get to the third page, it sort of starts at the feet and moves its way up to the knees in terms of maintenance, and then it drops
Whoa,
off
where's
again.
it go next?
Whoa! Gets a little lower.
Then it drops off again, and it begins discussing potential upgrades to the body. And all of this, none of this quite makes a lot of sense to you, but you think if maybe you spent a couple hours poring over this, you might be able to figure out specifically decapitation, though you're not sure.
Deimos, have you ever fixed something like this before with Samir?
Oh, I've honestly only had limited experience helping him. Honestly, I was just more like an extra hand most of the time. I don't.
Do any of you speak Dwarvish? Anyone at all?
Why
A lot
do
of
you
shaking
know
heads.
Dwarvish?
Forge Toe, could we get his help? There was that Dwarvish Golem manual I gave you guys a couple days ago.
It's still
Yeah.
sitting out on the counter.
I just don't speak the language.
I'm sure he speaks it, but why would he help us?
Said he was our friend.
Fair.
He might. We have to try.
I can try reading it.
What did you say, Deimos? DULUM?
I can try reading it.
I handed it
Hey,
over.
don't you read every language?
DULUM, this book is written in Dwarvish.
I'll cast comprehend languages.
Yes!
Yeah.
All right. Boom, you begin reading it. This book is very dense. However, it is written way better than Samir's work. This is actually written inline style, college ruled,
Oh yeah.
with proper diagrams and stuff. The one lacking is that a majority of the language they use here already assumes a sort of baseline understanding of transmutation magic. So you sort of have to work backwards from a bit of it here. It's just, it's like reading a textbook is what you're doing here. But you take a look at it, and the first page discusses flesh golems, how to create a flesh golem. And the first 20, 30 or so pages discuss that. And the next one discusses how to create a clay golem. And there's about 20 or 30 pages of that. And then next is how to create an iron golem. And that one actually
know that
takes
one.
4 iron blocks and a pumpkin.
I'm pumpkin.
Is Snow next?
Jack-o'-lantern, actually.
Next it says how to make the wibber.
The Wayber.
But it details a lot of the components and things necessary to create a golem. You sort of thumb through it and make your way to the clay golem section, knowing that Samir is made of clay, and it details all the components you need. How many pounds of clay, how many gold pieces worth of gemstones and precious materials you need. You need a bit of gold, a bit of iron, a lot of silver, and trace elements galore. It details all of that, and then it details a long ritual involved in basically bringing all of these components to life to create a golem. The ritual is arduous and expensive.
I'll try transcribing the costs and the exact materials in common.
Okay. You write it down, and basically I'll tell you what it says here and tell all of you guys this, just so you know it.
Mhm.
You figured it out, though. To create a clay golem, you must spend roughly 28 days working without interruption with this specific manual in hand and resting 8 hours a day, along with roughly 6,000 gold pieces of supplies. Though looking down at Samir, you're pretty sure he has all the supplies on him. Basically whatever created him in the first place is already there. But you know that long days upon days are necessary. And that is what you write down. Malaga sort of holds a hand to his head and goes, Jesus fucking Christ, who knew making life was so hard? The bar winches make it sound like an accident.
I thought
That's
you were gonna say
crazy,
something
man.
like that, you stupid fucking Malagus. Alright. I feel and that would bring him back as Samir, right? It wouldn't be like a new person in his body.
DULUM, you're not sure.
I'm not quite sure.
And is there a time limit, a expiration on Samir's life specifically before we're making a new one?
I don't know.
Unsure.
But I think we can do this, guys.
Yes,
We have to.
we have
But
to.
wait, we're not trying to create a new golem. We're just trying to revive this one. So,
Well, we need to
28
find
days.
someone who can figure out what's wrong with him.
well,
And
wasn't
then
he telling
repair
us
him.
about... Shit, what was his name? He was telling us something about a friend.
Friend. Oh yes, the Professor Man.
See, that's surprising to me that he had friends.
I'll kill you.
Yes, Malagus, you need to keep a lid on it right now.
All right, sorry.
Okay, so we have a
his
direction.
friend,
Yes.
Professor Man.
Dr. Him
Oh, him. Is he him?
in Waterdeep.
Oh, Samir told me, we were talking the other day, he told me Zavrix has a secret permanent portal to Waterdeep.
We have to go. We have to.
We could go tonight. We need to get maybe... Oh, yes.
No, we need to rest tonight. We
We
slept,
are going to...
worked all day.
We really should stay here, Malagus. The people who hurt Samir could come back. Speaking of, I think you should be extra careful, Malagus.
Why?
Well, they killed Samir for being an associate of Iceland's.
Jesus Christ.
So,
wait, those people that I was gawking at that walked out killed Samir and you didn't let me bloody have at him?
I don't know. You were acting crazy and I was really upset.
You didn't explain it. What? We just let murderers outside of our fucking door?
It's
Communication, Oro. It's all about communication.
it's all really complicated.
I would have detained them.
Yes, DULUM would have put him down easy.
I think the best we should hope for is that they just go home without interfering anymore in your lives.
But I've known murderers. Once they kill, they get a fucking taste for it. You think they're gonna leave now you just told them real nice? Jesus, Oriface, where'd they go? Maybe we can take them out.
Deimos, I'm so sorry.
Hurting them wouldn't do anything. They're just in someone else's... It's all very complicated. I think we should just try to help Samir and get out of here.
Damn, and here I thought our biggest problems were Deimos and Hyre nearly getting eaten. Which we need to talk about that too.
Yes.
I do wish we could have made that decision as a team, but
You weren't here!
we weren't all there. Yeah, I'm
sorry,
I'm trying to see your side.
And listen, moreover, and as Malagus sort of goes to make another point, you guys all hear a quiet whisper from behind you as Father Luce, staring out the window, says something.
No.
There's somebody looking at us from outside.
I'll start gawking.
You turn around and look, and Malagus sort of looks back, and you see him clench his hands, and he goes, God, that fucking guy gives me the creeps, and he stomps off.
Yeah.
DULUM, you make your way over, and you see Father Luce staring milky-eyed out the window. Again, you see his eyes. They are blinded. Blind as a bat, and yet somehow he is staring out the window and just told you someone's out there. But you look out there, and sure enough, you do see a figure about 20 feet away from the entrance of the shop, sort of looking, just standing there, watching the entrance. It's hard to make out features from this distance, but it's a big, hulking figure.
I'll walk outside.
All right. DULUM starts stomping right out. What do the rest of you guys want to do?
I think Oriface would have, when everyone else left the room, Oriface would have gone back to looking for the golem in Samir's backpack.
Okay, yes, you head back. You did not find it the first time. You did, however, find that it was definitely, sort of searched through. There are things sort of scattered about inside that don't quite look as orderly as you might have expected from Samir, though maybe he just kept his backpack in disarray.
I mean, apparently his fucking notebook's a disaster. It's like I don't know this guy at all. He's a stranger now. I expected so much better.
The bag itself has several little compartments inside. It's like tiny little, bags within bags.
Okay.
That look to compartmentalize everything that's supposed to be in there, but it's all sort of shoved to one side and pushed on top of one another. And you're looking in there, you see a couple very delicate metallic things that look to be squished by heavy, brown balls of clay that are in here.
Uh-huh.
And sure enough, you do find at the very bottom, nestled between two balls of brown clay, is the sort of copper golem.
Okay, first off, I take the copper golem out of his backpack. I think it's ridiculous that he carries it around in there.
You're still missing a foot.
Well, things happen.
It's his Tamagotchi.
It's not his Tamagotchi. He needs to walk a certain number of steps with its little hatch. I want to take that out of his backpack and try to just settle it among the bed's blankets, like it looks comfortable.
Okay, you settle it there, and you look down. And you still see the imprint that Dionysia left in the bed.
I smooth the sheets, and then I'll just set back to trying to mend Samir's head as good as I can.
Okay. I should note at this point when you look back to Samir, you see sort of you first hear the sort of slurping sound, like, and you see his head flop off of his body again. The clay disconnected.
It's the worst.
The head rolled. Okay, you
Okay.
go at it again, and
I'll
again,
go ahead and put him in the bed also, so like the head is sort of supported.
okay, he is surprisingly light.
Oh. Okay.
You lift him up, put him in bed, put the head back on, and try to mend it back on, and it looks fine, but, a couple minutes go by, and it begins slurping off again.
Just the worst. It's just the worst.
Yeah.
DULUM, you step outside, and just immediately as you begin walking out, you see nestled in between two streetlights in the dark point is a tall, fiery red-haired woman that you recognize as having just left the shop just moments ago. This is Bisk, the squire boy. He stands there awkwardly, and you notice he has something cradled in his arms, and it looks like a small child. The child is sort of what looks like shaking a little bit, and you see a couple shivers and a sucking in sounds, as if sucking in snot. Bisk notices you and goes, "Oh shit, I didn't mean to have one of you come out. I'm sorry, I'll leave now."
Did you help in killing my friend, Biscuit?
Right, well, listen, friend, I really didn't think much of it, because at the time, she'd explained it
Yes
like...
or no, Biscuit?
Yes, it was by my hand that I removed the head of, Samir. And he looks at you and goes, "Go ahead."
I start weaving magic in my hand.
Bisk responds quickly and goes, wait, no, I needed to show you something. Something's wrong and I really need help. He gestures
Why would I
now
help you?
to the child in his arms, and the child is weeping and sobbing and turns to you and goes, "I just don't know what's happening to me. It's just so weird." "Yeah, I don't know
Who
where
is
she
the
went."
child?
"What do you mean, who am I?"
Is this the middle finger, Biscuit?
The kid responds to what you said just a moment ago and goes, "My name's Cecil. I don't know what's going on, but people keep calling me other things. My name's Cecil, okay?" The magic continues weaving in your hand, and neither figure in front of you moves. What would you like to do, DULUM?
Where are you sleeping tonight, Biscuit?
Sir DULUM, I'm really not sure anymore. I was following Miss Diamisha here because Sir Diamisha was really smart and really made it all make a lot of sense, but now she's gone and she didn't even show me where she lived, and I don't know. I just came back here because it's the only place I knew, but I know Sir Orpheus already kicked me out of his servitude, and I don't pretend to want anything from you. I just thought maybe you could help me look after this kid is all. Cecil! Just call me Cecil, please!
I'll stop casting magic.
I'm sorry, Sir DULUM. I really didn't mean to do it like this. I'm in service of a queen, you see, and Diamisha's one of her bravest knights, and when she told me that guy was an enemy, I believed her. I believed her immediately. I'm sure you know what that's like.
Would you like to come back to our place?
Yeah, I really would. I'm sorry. Can I apologize to Sir Orpheus? I can make it up to him.
You can try your best. Follow me.
And
Start leaving
Bisk slowly moves after you with this horribly worried expression on his face. You walk back in, and as you do so, Malagus immediately pulls out both of his daggers.
No.
Orpheus.
No, we are not leading him back here.
What are you doing here, Bisk? I told you. And to get her out of here.
I'm sorry, sir, but this kid, he's calling himself Cecil now, and I don't know what happened to her, but I'm feeling awful lonely right now, and I'm not very good by myself, which you know, and I'm looking for some leadership, and I know I did you wrong, but you must understand, I'm supposed to trust her. It's part of my duty, and she told me he was the enemy.
Well, Bisk, you're meant to trust me too. And it seems you have no problem finding new leaders, so I suggest you get started on your journey.
I understand, sir. I won't ask anything more of you. I just was wondering if maybe you knew anywhere I could put this kid in the meantime.
He is trying to play us for a fool. He think he can give us her so that she can come back and continue to harm us. And Malagus. We want nothing to do with you.
I really don't like being the one in danger. I say we got them both now and call it a day. What do you think, Orpheus? They're just gonna go back to your home anyway.
I do
If
not
it weren't-
think we have to nab them, per se, but we should have nothing to do with them.
If it weren't for the people whose bodies they've stolen, I would agree with you, Malagus. But unfortunately, the boy Diamisha has co-opted, and the woman Bisk has taken over, are innocents in all this and don't deserve to be hurt.
Listen, I'm real sorry, Orpheus. I
Do you
really
even
thought
understand what you've done?
Not really, sir. I mean, everyone just
Oh,
comes
come
back,
on.
right?
He's lying.
Not here.
Really.
Bisk, not here. You should have never come here. Should
I
have
was
never
looking for
trusted
you,
someone
sir.
other than me or Queen Ridice.
You always trusted her, sir, and you looked to her for guidance, and I thought I could too when you were away. You were away for so long.
How can
I
that
didn't know what to
logic
do.
possibly apply to her convincing you to betray me? How can you use my having trusted her as the basis for you trusting her above me? Bisk,
I'm sorry,
you've
sir.
got to
They
think
just...
these things clearly through.
I'll take my leave now, sir. Thank you for relieving me of duty, and I hope you enjoyed my years of service. And he bows down deeply and sort of picks up the kid again into his arms and goes, I'll find somewhere for Cecil here. I'm sorry I bothered you. I just didn't know where else to go.
Just find a way home, Bisk.
Yeah, alright.
And don't hurt anyone else.
The figure walks out and goes, sir, never mind. Wait, we're just gonna let them go? Nah,
Yes.
nah.
Malagus.
Alex stomps after. No, not
No.
after what you did.
Malagus, just stay here,
Malagus,
alright?
this is not debatable.
Look at him. He's the one who did it. The brute. With your fucking blades, no doubt.
I know.
We cannot kill one soul because we're mad at it and take another innocent soul with it.
I'll see no problem with that.
Yes,
we
there
do.
is, Malagus.
Bisk turns around now and slowly makes his way out and turns toward DULUM and says, I'm sorry to bother you, Sir DULUM. I really enjoyed our time together. I wish it was longer. I feel like I did something that I could never take back, and I think I might regret that for the rest of my life. And he bows his head and exits.
Ice cold.
Whoa.
Bisk left the shop of Samir now and trudged off into the night to find home somewhere. As he sort of goes, he turns around and goes, is there any way I can... And looks down and goes, sorry, I don't know. I just want to help make it better. Can I help your friend in there?
I don't know if any of us can. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Bisk. Here, you can't... Things don't just get better. When you hurt people, they stay hurt.
On the doorway, he shouts back, well, how was I supposed to know that, sir? I was supposed to learn from you, and I don't
And
know
you
what
betrayed
happened.
me instead, Bisk.
No, it wasn't supposed to be like that. It was supposed to be like watching you and making sure everything was going all right. And Diamisha said it was all going to work out in the end.
I think maybe you put your trust in the wrong person.
Maybe, sir. She's not here right now, so I feel really lost. And I thought I could just come back to you because I didn't realize how bad this was.
And then when she wakes up again, you'll go back to her, back and forth. You've got to have loyalties, Bisk, or it doesn't count for anything.
I have loyalty to Ridice. That's the point.
Really? Because what she was describing to me didn't sound like that. It sounded like you two going against Ridice's wishes.
I don't know what she wants. I just thought I'm not a leader, sir. I never have been. That's why I'm a squire.
Yes, but you took things into your own hands today. I understand that you want me to forgive you, Bisk, and I want to forgive you, but I really can't. This was really horrible.
I'm not sure if I can forgive myself either, sir.
Time will pass.
He walks away. You guys are left alone now. In a quiet shop with no owner. What would you like to do?
Thamos, I'm so sorry. How are you? I guess.
I don't understand how this could have happened. I don't. And what, Bisk? Surely that isn't right. Nothing is making sense, I feel like. Sir Orpheus,
Yes?
who killed Samir.
I suppose it was Bisk, but it was at the orders of Diamisha. You'd all met her, or at least I told you I'd met her before in Jackknife's Inn. She was another knight of Riddicy. She thought apparently Iceland is causing a lot of problems there. Maybe trying to take Riddicy away, and she thought Samir was to blame. But he's not, right? He didn't do this on purpose. When he didn't know what Iceland was going to do.
I don't think he knew what he was doing, or if he did, that death certainly was not what he deserved.
Seems like a lot of people are doing things without knowing what they're doing.
I agree. I think we need to assess our loyalties.
You know,
I'm
I was just
sorry.
beginning to like that kid. What a fucking brat. If I see him in public, I'm gonna gut him.
I'd rather you
No.
didn't.
Well, he's stuck in this fucking place, same as us, so can't hide forever.
No, but it's
Well,
just like
we
Samir
can-
didn't know he was going to hurt me so badly. Bisk
Well, what,
didn't
you forgave
realize what he was doing.
Samir?
I know, that's why I'm saying you shouldn't kill Bisk.
Well, so what, you're gonna just forgive him now, huh? Turn it all over?
It's not what I said, Malagus. I just don't think us keeping on killing each other is going to make anything better.
Can't we just have one day that goes well? We were working out there today, rebuilding, and it felt great. It just felt so great, and now what?
Yeah.
Malagus, I'll remind you of your own curse. We will not be hurting a child in any form.
Ah, fuck. You're right. Sorry, Hire.
It's alright.
It's been traumatic. It's forgivable.
I feel like everywhere we go, this shit follows.
Yeah. I think I just really don't belong here, and it's carrying over into everything.
It's not just you. We fought a fucking robot the other day. None of us are supposed to be here.
Correct.
Yeah, I can't help but feel the same. Every waking moment seemed in this universe is like a nightmare, and things were pleasant where I came from. I just don't feel like I fit in this atmosphere. It's been so many bad decisions and bad events.
I mean, we're housing a fucking bird person in the other room, for God's sakes.
Malagus,
Yes?
I really just feel like you know better, man.
Is bird person not right?
It was the fact that you insinuated anger that we would house with someone like that, and that being my compatriot where I come from, my home, and someone I care about deeply. I feel like you know this.
Listen, we're just all on edge. Me too. Sorry, Tyre. I don't mean to get on your shit. I'm frustrated.
I know.
I am too.
Yes. So we're all on the same page and all on the same team. So what can be done, huh? We can look into Samir's friend or try to rebuild him. I'm not looking to spend a month just working on him, though, and I don't think any of you. So what if instead we're able to, I don't know, kick him a couple times?
If it took a month, I would absolutely do that, but I think Dr. Him should be our first stop. DULUM, did Samir tell you where he lives? Oh, Waterdeep, right. Sorry, God, I'm all over the place. We need to go to Zavrek's house, or to find Red Hands and have him break us into Zavrek's house, and bring Samir to Waterdeep.
Yes, I agree, but we need to rest first. God, we need to rest.
Why?
What? I just spent the whole day manual laboring. I need a rest. I can't go that far. If you want to go tonight, you'll just be killing yourself. Bodies aren't meant to move this hard. I'm sorry, but I don't think one night's rest will change the outcome here.
I don't know. I suppose you know more about this than I do.
Have we even checked on him yet?
I wouldn't be opposed to going tonight. But I'll leave it up to the group.
In response to Malix's question, I'm trying to connect the head, but it just keeps falling off again.
Okay, that gets us somewhere, right? That means that magic is involved to reattach the head.
Or heat, but I'm scared heat might make it worse also.
Is his whole head made of clay?
I think.
What are you saying, higher?
You guys know the spell in, I believe, this shop that says you can transfer a conscience into a being.
Uh-huh.
Do you think that could help us in any way?
I think we'd need Samir's help to use the spell. I'm not sure we could figure it out on our own.
Malagus puts a hand on his chin and goes, No, Hire's onto something. This shop is free to use for us. Not like I'm saying we're gonna rob him. I'm just saying, like, we can use anything here. Doesn't he sell so many things that can help?
Yeah, like we have materials.
To me, it feels Dr. Him is a more reasonable first step, but we should certainly take the spell scroll with us.
And I think we should, yes, look for a failsafe if he had one. Also, it could be possible to would it be possible to transfer, like, Bissol out of the child's body? just throwing it out.
Maybe, but I feel if it were that easy, Samir would have told me the very first time I asked him to send me back to Valhalla.
Well, it wouldn't send you back. It would just transfer you to another body that you have in front of you, I would assume.
I see what you mean.
Can I get a history check from Demos again, please?
Yes. History. Ooh. 13.
Okay, Demos, as everyone is having this conversation, it sort of dawns on you the memory of a conversation that you had with Samir some time ago, where Samir explained to you that in his form, he never actually had a soul, nor never will. He was telling you once a while ago that his death, if it ever did come, nothing would change in his body. It's not like his soul would go anywhere else. It would just be the same pound of clay, just less magic in it. And you're sort of reminded of the fact that he never actually had anything special beyond his just form. His body itself was what kept him alive.
I don't think Samir ever actually had a soul. I think
Fuck.
it was just him. It was just the body. That was him. This is him. And
Wait, so if this is just him and nothing changed, then he's still in there somewhere. Just not on. Is there an on switch on here? Hey, DULUM, do you have a way to turn yourself on and off?
I think this is what we would need to find Samir's friend for. I'm sorry, I
Dr.
was just
Him.
trying to pitch ideas, but yes,
No,
That would
Higher,
be
I
the
think you're
idea.
onto something. Like, how dangerous would it be to dig around in there a little bit? Like, I mean,
no, we could damage something. This seems highly specialized knowledge.
Malagus looks frustrated now and points at DULUM again and says, but DULUM could,
Maybe DULUM could learn. One of us could learn, but it would take time and skill. I don't think any one of us knows now.
Yeah, I agree with Hired.
do you think you could do it, DULUM?
I could try, but he's also made out of clay, not metal.
Yeah, they're different beings.
Listen, DULUM, do you have a soul?
Not that the Cena is aware of.
Machines are weird.
Okay, buddy.
It's true. With people, it's a lot easier. You just get a diamond, you know, think about how much a diamond's worth, think about how much the person's worth, do some, balancing in your head, and then bring them back or not.
Please do not remind me of the diamond. We need to get it. Should we get a diamond, guys? Or are we feeling about getting a diamond? I'm feeling great about it. Whether it can help here or in general, I would love to be able to cast Revivify. I would love to save each and every one of your lives.
I second
Apply
that.
a diamond to those ends, I think.
I'm willing to
Orpheus
put down
says,
some money for
guessing
it.
at what this diamond means.
Oh, sorry, spell component. I need it for Revivify. Maybe it could work on Samir, but if not, I could use it for any of you.
You like can visibly see the migraine Oroface gets when considering what it would mean if you revivified him. Sure, let's buy the diamond if it'll help.
I mean,
Maybe
I
not
don't have to
using
use
it on
it on
me though. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have to use it on you. I just
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't work on this unit either.
Okay. Well,
We should get it for Malagus.
yeah, I do feel like as if we've lost a lot of people recently, and I think if that somehow ever happens again, and it was preventable, I don't know if I would be able to live with myself personally.
Let's buy it. I think it'll give us all a peace of mind, maybe.
Looking outside now, it is sort of the middle of the night. There are no shops even open right now that you could go buy it. You could perhaps try to, fiddle with people on the streets, the sort of shady men who sell wares outside at night, but you sort of doubt you'll find anyone selling exactly what you need right now. You'd probably have to wait till the morning.
Yeah, I agree. It wouldn't be now.
Maybe we rest, like Malaga said, and in the morning we can find the diamond. Well, but then I do think it's best to meet with Red Hens at night if we're sneaking into Zavrix's home. But then again, Zavrix is always out during the day.
I do think we have tomorrow to think and plan and coordinate with Ford Chans. Or what's his name?
Forge Toe.
May I make a suggestion? I know this sounds maybe a bit selfish, but I promise it's for good use. We all came into a bit of coin yesterday by way of jackknife, right? And I know we're about to go on this sort of secret mission to sneak into Zavrix's secret door, and I don't know, I sort of don't want to die with a coin purse full of money, and would it be so awful if perhaps we took the first half of the day just to perhaps buy some better gear, an enchanted blade or two that could maybe make our lives easier? I mean, we have money now. Hell, all of Samir's shop, we could sort of just take what we want from here, right? I'm sure he would like that, right? If we're doing it in his name.
I don't think we necessarily have the right to use all of it, but I think there's a line we could find.
Demos, a part of you, it does rub you the wrong way to just steal things from here, considering you did run this place as a shop yourself not too long ago, but you could perhaps put that feeling aside.
This is Samir's entire life work right here in this very shop he built.
So right now we don't have Samir's life, so we use a small part of his life's worth to get his life back, which net positive experience overall.
And perhaps he'll give us a sale when we return him back to life.
We can pay him, and I will say, part of me, we should be conserving our money because we need possibly 6,000 gold. Oh no, we don't need the gold parts maybe, but we might have to pay someone to heal him.
True, Dr. Him might not do it for free.
I'm just saying we need to look at our options.
As long as we're conservative with what we need.
Deimos, the man is dead. This is not the time for conservative measures.
Deimos, your dad is dead. We're going to steal his shit.
Oh my god. That is so good.
If you don't want us to, maybe. We don't have to. It's just a suggestion.
He's fucking dead. That's freaking.
I'm so sorry.
I think with that, Deimos storms out of the room.
Wow. Okay, Deimos, you storm. I assume you want to storm to your room in the back.
Yes, and I slam my door.
You guys all hear a thunk from the back. Well, shit.
Yeah, Malagus,
Okay.
I'm really not sure we should steal Samir's stuff. I think
I didn't suggest that first. I said we should go buy some stuff.
I'm okay with you buying things, but I think I don't. Hired makes a good point.
I think I'm gonna go to bed, guys.
Okay.
I just, sorry, I didn't mean to make a thing. And Hire, to be honest, I do agree with you on this point, but if Deimos comes out, I'm going to tell him I don't agree with you. I'm sure you understand. He smiles.
Malagus, that's just the worst part of your personality. Lying, very irritating. Abrasiveness, also hard to deal with. But god damn it, man, you need to learn to pick a side and stay on it. I can't handle the back and forth.
Tell him what you want. I feel maybe I did make a mistake in saying that. I don't know.
Hired, I do believe your heart was in the right place. It's a complicated situation, and I think I appreciate your pragmatism, but maybe it wasn't what Deimos needed to hear.
I mean, listen, we all want the same thing, right? We want the same goal. We're just doing different things to get to it. But I think at the end of the day, this still means we're all friends.
Yes.
See, but I don't know if just because we're working towards the same goal that necessarily justifies our actions. Bisk and Sir Orpheus are working both for the same cause, Queen Riddicy, yet they're on vastly different paths in how they do that, and clearly their path is worse than others. So I think we have to really think about what we do from now on.
That's true.
It's just so hard with half of us being orderly types and the other half not. Sorry that I led you the wrong way, but my offer still stands that I really think tomorrow, instead of running guns blazing to Zavrix's shop, we should take a moment to perhaps purchase some items of great value that could improve our chances.
I think this discussion maybe should wait to the morning. Give Deimos more of a chance to express himself on the matter.
Good idea.
Malagus nods and returns to his sleeping bag and goes, well, I'll make coffee tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mally.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And throws the sleeping bag over his head and goes, and will someone shut off the damn fucking clocks in this room? Just tick-tock all day.
No.
No. We live here.
And with that, was there anything else you guys want to do before you long rest?
I'm just assuming this would not be a night Orpheus is able to sleep, and I'll just stay up mending that head.
Okay, you stay up mending that there head.
I'm on head duty.
I think I'm gonna spend a decent amount of time kind of just like manically journaling. Just I'm going pencil to paper.
Pencil to paper, I like it.
Just for a bit.
Okay, you journal, Orpheus, you mend the head, and DULUM, do you want to just be on lookout?
Yeah, I put my bag right in front of me.
Okay, you put it right in front of you, and if all of you guys want to give me a long rest, and Orpheus, I will also allow you a long rest, even though you are technically jacking off all night.
Fine.
Whoa.
Yep. Just cranking it.
Just jorking it.
Just for this, Orpheus, eventually you do, like, sleep does take you eventually.
Okay.
And you are unable to stay awake. I will tell you, though, that the roughly 4th hour of the night, when you are working on Samir's head, just sort of mending it back on and it flops off, and mending it back on and it flops off, eventually, at some point, you're not quite sure what did it. You see Samir's left eye begins bing, bing, blinking some sort of dull red light.
I'll look into it, hold the eyelid open.
You look into it now and get closer and sort of take a look, and you don't see anything specific in there that makes it look wrong. It just now it's blinking red.
Want to pop it out so bad. Okay. Does the blink appear consistent?
Yes, it seems to just be like a bing, bing, bing.
Okay, so it's perfectly regular. It doesn't seem like something trying to communicate. Blink faster if you hear me.
Nothing seems to change.
Am I making it worse? I don't know how machines work that well.
Can I make an intelligence check to see if I think I have any idea what this could mean for him and or how I should work around it?
Okay, give me an intelligence check. You can do an arcana check too if you'd like, if that is higher.
Desire. Oh,
Me?
27.
Well,
All right, that is fabulous. You take a look at Samir's head here for a moment, looking in there, and you recall that, as DULUM spoke correctly, this head and the entire rest of the body is entirely clay. There's no mechanical component in here, no machine parts, even though Samir supposedly had someplace he was putting alcohol. The other day, when you guys are having a drinking competition, you see no esophagus or throat or windpipe or anything in his head. But here is something that looks mechanical, or at least something that is not clay. It is blinking, it is constant, it almost looks like a machine part. This is sort of reminds you of DULUM's core that also was shining when it was damaged.
Yeah.
And that last part is very important.
Yes. No, that's what I'm thinking. It's like DULUM's core, and DULUM's core was something tracking DULUM, so something's tracking Samir. Hopefully, and or not hopefully, it's his dad. Yeah, it's just impossible to say. I guess I would just keep mending him.
The part from that I believe Orpheus would latch onto also is that it was DULUM's core specifically that was blinking, so that makes you think that whatever is happening in Samir's head right now is something very critical to its being. But that whatever that thing is that is blinking.
Oh, okay. Fuck. He getting brain damaged? Okay, I think I would want to run and wake up my friends.
Alright, you run in. DULUM, you first see Orpheus as you're watching the bag. Nothing's coming out, but you've got your fucking eyes peeled.
I think we need to go fast. I think something bad is happening in Samir's head.
What seems to be the problem?
His eye has started blinking red.
That seems not good.
Yeah, it's got me thinking about your core and how you said that was the part of you that if it was replaced, you wouldn't be you anymore. So,
well, it seems good to me that at least part of him is alive. But I
what
agree.
if this is the signal that he's degrading beyond ability to come back, or that something has been permanently destroyed?
I think if anything, it's a sign of hope. But I do think we should act.
You guys
should
all
just
go and
talk to
take a
him.
look at the head now, still sort of detached from the body, and sure enough, you do see blinking solemnly in one eye is a sort of red pulsing glow. For those of you who are running in after, you guys can make a medicine or an arcana check to sort of discern this.
Please, someone get a nat 20.
Ooh, +7. That's crazy. That one.
Natural one.
Mason.
I got only a 7, so.
That's something, right?
Is Deimos coming out?
Demos, did you want to go right to bed in your anger, or do you want to stay up a bit?
I guess Demos would be up, ruminating about all this.
Okay. Thinking about life. As you were up, a couple hours have gone by, and you still weren't quite able to fall asleep, and you sort of hear a minor ruckus outside of your door.
All right, I gotta go check it out.
Okay, you open the door, and sure enough see all of the rest of your compatriots sort of huddling around Samir's head and discussing something quietly with each other. You also now see that red glow come from the eye.
You guys didn't start taking parts out of him, did you?
No, I didn't. I really wanted to, but I didn't. It's just glowing red all of a sudden.
Oh, how strange. I'll also roll to make an Arcana check. Oh, nat 20.
Oh! Wow! You're sort of on fire. All right, very well done there, Demos. You take a look at it, and immediately you just have this this moment of, oh, you know what? This is okay. You're looking at it, and even though something did change for whatever reason, you're just instantly like, you know what? This is not a bad thing. It's not necessarily a good thing. It's mostly just neutral, but you see this, and you sort of immediately know, just from having worked on machines with Samir, that this is likely just his. Whatever basically was the core of the clay golem that he is. is right now just shining out saying that there's a problem.
Okay.
You likely think the problem is that he has been decapitated, so it's not like the problem has gotten any worse. This is proving that there's still magic in his body, and that it's just shooting up a warning light. The computer isn't dead, it's just on standby.
Okay. It seems like, I don't know, my best guess is it seems like his body understands that there's a problem. And it's just giving a signal that it knows there's a problem. And that, well, it's that he's dead.
Like when DULUM had a problem, do you think this is going to summon someone? Come try to fix it?
DM, do I know anything about like Samir's like origins, like who made him, if he has like a home plane?
You recall that Samir told you once that he used to live in another mechanic's shop, and somebody built him basically like a father figure built him to look like a long lost son who had passed away. Samir was basically built to look exactly like the son who had passed, and Samir had told you that when he was young, he decided he wanted to be more than that and went out on his own, and while he went out, something happened to him where he ended up getting stuck here. Not by choice, he is stuck in Circad and cannot leave, and he's wanted to leave for a while, but in the meantime, he made this shop to sort of, entertain himself and help the people. But, there is a creator that is likely still out there somewhere.
Yes, I'm not sure if his creator even knows he's here. But I suppose this could send out a signal. DULUM, do you pick up signals perchance, like in the air? Do you pick anything up like that?
I pick up magnetic signals.
DULUM, looking down now at Samir, you don't see any magnetic fields coming out from him at all. Whatever is happening inside of him is likely purely magic. There's no mechanical parts to it, which lead you to believe this probably isn't a signal summoning someone. It could be completely magical, but the way that yours works, it involves some sort of mechanical parts.
He seems entirely magical.
Yeah, then I mean, even if his creator was coming for him, I feel like he wouldn't know how to get to this plane.
I guess.
You guys all are huddled around this glowing eye now, and it's sort of dawning on you now that there is something in Samir's head that is likely the core of his being that is now glowing. You're pretty sure now whatever it is that fixes him is this. Whatever you can do to fix him will involve this.
Great.
So his head is his core, just the way DULUM's chest is?
I guess both cores have a problem. I'll point to my glowing chest.
So do we just go back to sleep?
I mean, you've been working on this all night, right? You hear a shout from the other room from Malagus' sleeping bag. Just give us a rest. Come to bed.
Whoa.
Very forward.
That's Teddy Malagus's bed.
Consult the bed shirt.
Alright, let's just go back to sleep. I'll obviously keep mending.
You don't have to, but if you want to.
I don't want the head to fall off again.
Do you want help?
Oh, it's alright, I can keep it on. Thank you though, Hyder.
Nods, gets back into bed.
Alright, you guys all go back to bed, and you are left alone once again with this head in your hands, Orpheus. The slow glow is continuing, and it sort of gives you faith that you know it's not an empty husk. Like this, there's still something good to be seen here. You sort of dawns on you now that whatever this core is in the center of his head, if that is damaged, you think that it might be impossible to ever get him back.
Yeah, the left eye is important.
I thought it was in his head, but we could see it through his eye.
Higher's point there is more the case. It's sort of in his head. You can just sort of see it through this glassy eye.
I see. So eye gouging completely on the table.
No.
Whoa.
Don't Five Nights at Freddy's him. I don't know, just like fuck him up.
He's probably in his mind palace.
Oh god. Ideal.
So, you guys go back to bed now. If you would all like to add a long rest, And everyone wakes up the next day. You look out now outside of the windows of the shop, and you see the galaxies above shine down brightly. It's a bright, looks like warm day outside. The rains have finally stopped, and the city is bustling and busy just as it was the day before, with seemingly no change. You smell the distant whiff of food through the air that's wafting through the open window. And you guys all wake up. Malagus gets up a little later than all of you guys and then rushes to go make coffee.
Aww.
I'll hang around to drink it.
All right, you hang out for a second. You guys all wake up. Demos, you get a pretty fitful night's sleep, unable to quite fall asleep the whole night. They're just thinking about like the fact that you guys basically let this murderer walk out through the door and how that made you feel awful. But then you think about Hire's words about not killing people just for the sake of it, and it's all made you feel conflicted and angry, and you're just thinking about the head in the room next door.
Thanks, Hire. Yeah, thanks, Hire.
Stop.
I drink Malagus's coffee.
All right, you guys all wake up and slowly drink Malagus's coffee. It's pretty bitter, and he steeps it for a little bit too long, but nevertheless, you are able to get it down and sort of start your day. DULUM, there was no exiting through the bag that night. Nothing tried to claw its way out, and your alarm spell was intact.
Contained.
Thank God. Am I right?
It's one fucking win, Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
Alright, and with that, you guys have a new start to a new day. What would you like to do?
Alright, so we sort of fought over this last night, but let's all just think about it logically. Are we going to go straight to Red Hands, or should we shop in the meantime? I think none of us would have any problem with people exchanging money for Samir's goods, right?
I think that's a fine idea. What if we all leave money in the till here if we're buying from here, and if we're looking to shop somewhere else, we just spend the afternoon perhaps acquiring some potions. Perhaps there's a potion maker just down the way that we could maybe get some healing from, just in case, or some strengthening, or I don't know. I think perhaps these blades are a bit dull. And he pulls out his knives, and I've never had this much money before in my life, so I'm actually very excited to spend it just as soon as possible.
Keep saying that, Malagus. Do you usually lose money if you don't spend it fast enough?
It's sort of a saying, you know? You don't want to die with a full coin purse, you gotta live with
Never heard that.
luxuries.
Alright.
This is a non-zero sum, you know, back where I came from, you could probably buy yourself a small, a squat shack with this much.
Where did you come from?
The material plane, what of it?
I went where there? I don't know.
Listen, Demos, you feeling a little better, man? And Malagus sort of awkwardly walks over to you, Demos, and looks to put a hand near you, and then pulls it away awkwardly and smiles.
Malagus, I'm feeling as good as I think I can, but thank you for asking. And I'll put a hand around Malagus, an arm.
He sort of jumps at that unexpected, and then wraps another arm around you, and you guys do this sort of awkward half hug, but he smiles and he goes, "Listen, just so you know, I was on your side on stealing stuff from
Malagus.
All right, it's fine. I'm done. I'm walking out." And you see him go for the front door, unlatch it, and make his way out into the world.
Hire's in the same room, but kind of like cowering, just like a little bit, but
Okay.
just out in the open, really.
You guys see Hire cowering. Father Luces is also here, sort of staring out the window lifelessly, and your avian friend Tick, the Kenku girl, is also here. She, you guys had mentioned that you wanted to give her sort of like an aside room so she could have some privacy. So you hadn't really seen her much until now, but she sort of wakes up slowly and drinks some of the coffee that you guys offer and watches Father Luce suspiciously.
God, I wish the coffee was better. Just kidding. How did you?
Wish the coffee was better.
True. That could apply to a lot of scenarios. So clever. I think. But today we can do some better.
Do some better. And the bird sort of taps her foot on the ground and looks around the room a bit and shows you a piece of pre-written paper higher that reads, "Should I stay here?" Question mark.
Well, I believe you've grown since the last time I've seen you. It appears you can fight, and are an capable adult is what I mean to say. More or less, and I'd like to grant you the same privileges. If you'd like to come, I think you can. If you don't want to come, then I understand.
She narrows her big black eyes and points at Father Luces and then flips to the next pre-written page and it reads, "Is it safe, though?" And you see a little doodle of Father Luces with devil horns on him.
Oh.
I want to say yes. But I guess that is putting my trust within the goddess of pain. And Father Lucis has deceived us before. So I don't know, to tell you the truth. I don't know.
I don't know. She plops down on top of one of the sleeping bags on the ground and begins doodling more in her sketchbook and waves you off, as it were.
I mean, I don't know. I've been thinking, can we really? Is anywhere safe? So if you're safer with me or safer here, I feel like just nowhere is safe anymore. Okay, I'll go.
Things to tell your child.
She responds, "Okay. Go."
Teenage rebellion.
She turns her notebook towards you now, and you see it reads, now this one's a little bit more hand-scratched, as opposed to the previous notes, which you noticed had a great care put into them. These are just sort of like made quickly in the moment, and they read, "I'll stay," and then a little smiley face, and it reads, "Been traveling for too long. I need rest."
Great. We're very happy to have you. And I'm very glad to see you again.
Very glad to see you again.
Aw. Probably a little hug.
You do so. Feels nice and warm. And with that, what would you guys like to do with your day?
Here's the problem. I don't really have enough money to buy the things I want, so I feel like I should save. And then I also feel like Orpheus probably wouldn't go out and would just keep focusing on keeping the head on. So I think Oro will just hold down the fort until everyone else is ready to go to Afrix's.
Okay, so Orpheus, you remain in the shop.
Yeah, I think so. I'm sorry if that's no fun. I just feel like you wouldn't be in a shopping mood. I will say, Malagus, you really need to watch your back while you're out. Don't go off on your own, okay?
He looks scared by that and goes, "Orpheus, listen, I know you're not a big shopper, but we're doing this to save Samir, and you can't mope around all day, all right? So, come on, let's get out here. Protect me, right? You're supposed to be a knight. Come be my bodyguard. Consider yourself hired for the day."
Not much like Queen Ridicy, to be honest. You're right. Look at my work. I'll just take a second and try to. Maybe I'll take a sheet off the bed. No, I'll use Samir's backpack to try to prop his head up very stably. Some gum. I'll chew some gum. Stick it on.
Okay, so are you gonna go with them?
I will. Gratefully, I will.
Just hates hanging out with us.
Yeah,
I don't like you guys. I just hate your vibe. I want to stay with the cool kids who don't have heads.
Holy real-time editing of shop.
Holy.
You can fucking see this? Holy shit.
I was looking on my own accord.
Ah!
It's been taken away from me.
And just like that, you'll never see it again.
That's my bad, guys. I'd like to apologize to the party on that one.
I thought I had already hidden it away from you. Now nobody. Alright, you all walk into the day. The bright galaxies above shine down. It even feels a little warm. Malagus looks around and goes, Don't they know? Don't they know how in pain we are? Shouldn't they know? And just staring at the passersby.
I
He
agree.
just feels things so deeply. I'll just sort of like put a hand on his shoulder. It's going to be all right, Malagus. We're going to fix him. Didn't you hear?
Yes, well, let's do it fucking quick, all right?
All right. Malagus, I thought you didn't like him.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I didn't want him to die.
I understand.
I thought we were sort of forming that bond where I would always rag him and he would always sort of insult me, but we were still buds at the end of the day, you know?
Maybe when we get him back, you should tell him that.
I suppose I will.
Well,
There you go. I knew you were a good person.
It's good to know that he can be brought back too. You know, I know Bisk was saying some stupid shit about not knowing that people die here, but, you know, us people, we really do die if our heads get chopped off. There's no coming back from that.
That's why I'm bodyguarding you.
Yes. Well, keep a close eye on me.
I will. And I mean, if they overpowered Samir, I just don't even know it. You wouldn't put that much of a fight.
Honestly, I think they caught him by surprise. I can't imagine any other way he would go.
I think you're right. I think they were waiting there for him.
All right, so you guys sort of walk into the day now. Malaga sort of follows his nose across the pathways, just sort of idly leading you all toward the bakery.
I'm hungry. I'll follow. Or a face will buy some bread.
Okay, eventually he leads you guys to the bread shop, unless you want to go anywhere else.
Let's go to the bread shop.
But you go to the bread shop, and you see Grimwalk here again. She looks absolutely cheery as you all walk in and goes, "Hey, it's good to see you guys. It's been a while since you come in. Welcome. You want to try a sample of something?" And she sort of sees the mood that you're all in and goes, "Oh shit, long night. Are you still upset about the attack?"
That's too. Mir's hurt and we're trying to fix him, but I guess we need to shop first.
He's hurting. Did somebody get him?
Yeah,
Shit.
yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, we're going to fix him.
I sort of thought he couldn't be killed, the whole, weird body thing and all.
So you knew about that too?
Yeah, I mean, he tried to keep it a secret, but I don't know. I think word sometimes gets out in the right circles, and she smiles weakly.
I see. We're going to make sure he's alright. It's just going to take some time, I think.
Well, listen, if you're up for it, I've got this new lemon shortbread I've been working on, here, and she holds out a little silver tray of these little square treats, like a tart.
Of course I take one.
Alright, you eat one. And it is surprisingly tart. It's very lemony, and it sort of tangs up your gums, and it's very sharp, and you have to squeeze your eyes a little bit. But otherwise, it tastes good.
Oh, now I get to decide if Oriface loves or hates sour things. I think he is visibly pained trying to swallow this down.
Okay. Shit, this one wasn't a winner. I'm sorry.
It hurts so bad.
Yeah, some people like that.
Thank you.
Well, listen, if there's anything I can do to help you guys, let me know, all right? We all really cared about that guy.
Do you know Red Hands well?
No, not really. He doesn't stop by here.
Okay. I think we need his help.
I mean, I've seen him go by that dwarven bar every once in a while. If maybe you want to check out there. I think that's his normal drinking spot.
Oh, there. That's a good tip. Thank you, Grimlock.
Yeah, don't mention it. Listen, I'm sorry again. She gives you another smile.
All right.
Malagus sits down, and you notice Malagus did order something here, and he sort of sits in one of the little booths and begins snacking on a roll of bread of some kind.
Can I have one of whatever the thing Malagus got is?
Yeah, sure. On the house, grieving and all, and she hands you this big buttery roll.
Thank you.
You eat it, and it tastes pretty good. It's mostly butter and like a lot of fluffy bread. It sort of crumbles like a pastry, and you think you can taste some sort of like spice in there, like cinnamon. It sort of refreshes you though, and it's very filling for the morning.
Nice.
Malaga sort of gestures for you guys to come over to the little booth that he's in, and he goes, "Listen, team, I'm not quite sure what our plan is today exactly. I know we all want to rush to Zabrix as soon as possible, but I really think there's merit to taking our time and figuring out exactly how we're going to do this. No offense to Samir, but I think his body can't really decompose, right? It's just made of clay, so I think we've got time here, and I don't want to get this wrong. You know, we've tried before, and I feel like we sort of got it wrong, and I feel like this time we should get it right.
Well said. I think we should stock up on equipment and find Red Hands and explain the situation. Maybe bribe him if need be. And I also think, I don't remember who said it last night, but one of you were right when you said we need to find Vinny and take him with us.
Yes, and Father Luces too, right?
Yes.
And we're all on board with this plan. Like, DULUM, what do you think about all this? What is your goal right now?
It would be great to drop off Vinny and Father Luches.
Yes, but after that, what are your plans?
Escort the rest of you to your original planes.
Yes, what about you? And he gestures to sort of your core now and goes, isn't, there's stuff you need to deal with?
Hopefully, you will all be escorted before that happens.
And then what, you just die?
Unsure.
I think I'll help you deal with that before we go our separate ways, DULUM. We're finding Samir's friend anyways. Didn't he say that Dr. Him could help you too?
He could take a look.
Oh, there you go.
Could hit two birds with one stone, right?
I suppose.
Deimos, what do you think?
I think, look, my only problem is that what are we going to do with Samir's body? Are we leaving it here?
We should definitely bring it with us. It's unfortunate that our bag where we store things has monsters in it.
Oh, surely not that bag.
Yes.
It would
I'm
likely
very
mutate his
strong. I
body.
can carry him.
I think it'd be safer if one of us carries him for sure.
Wait, is it bad to leave him here? Can't we just bring the good doctor to him? Like a house call?
Once we're out of Surcad, are we really gonna want to come back here?
I don't know. I sort of like this place. I mean, we've got friends here. Sorry.
I mean, no need to apologize, Malagus, but I'm not so sure the rest of us are ever going to come back here.
That's fair. I understand.
I mean, even Samir said he was trying to escape.
That's true. And I guess if we get him out of here to Waterdeep, he would probably be grateful. But why didn't he ever go to Waterdeep before, if it's just as easy as asking Red Hands for a favor?
I don't think he knew to ask Red Hands.
Hire makes a good point. He was sort of a loner. Right then. Are you still on board for taking an afternoon to perhaps purchase some items of great value?
I would like
yes.
to see if I could find a diamond, yes.
Good, yes. I think I know where a shop might be, and Deimos, you also know where the general shops are in this area, so you can help guide people. So after you guys take a brief, 10-20 minute breakfast break to eat some pastries, you head out into the day. So I guess I'll sort of split this up into what you guys want to buy out of the day. Like, is there anything specific you guys are looking for? And we can sort of roleplay as needed.
What do you guys want to buy?
Well, I would love to sell this sword. Then I'll reach down into the infinite bag and get the green glowing sword.
You definitely think you could sell that. Yeah, that could make good money.
I don't know. Again, I would like if we could generally keep our money for Samir, but I think, things will help on our mission from here on out, then we should take them as well.
And I'm willing to put in 100 or 200 gold into this diamond fund as well, if you want to buy, 2 diamonds higher.
I think we would have to decide as a party how many we would want.
Shit, is that where we are now? A party?
I feel as if we have been.
Sounds so formal.
What, are you opposed to the idea, Malagus?
We could call ourselves a militia, maybe a pack.
Personally, I've been more partial to calling ourselves a group for hire. A group of mercenaries for hire,
But
sell
we don't
swords.
just work for hire. I mean, it's more of a democracy.
I know.
If anything, you work for me.
Doesn't really I don't really think Deimos would like that name since he doesn't like mercenaries, but a group for hire, has its ring to it.
True. Deimos did kill a lot of mercenaries that day, that fateful day.
That was only like 2 days ago.
Fateful day.
After yesterday, not the worst thing that's happened.
Yeah.
All right, so as I sort of mentioned, what else do you guys want to do for shopping? We can do the glowing sword right now while the rest of you guys decide what you want to do. For that, I will say there is a general goods store that you guys, I think one of you had been here recently and had a moment in, but taking this glowing sword DULUM into the store where a gnomish man runs the store. The gnomish man sort of smiles and waves to you all as you walk in and goes, "Oh, what do we got there? Oh, you got a sword? That's real nice. Let me take a look." Pulls it aside and drags it into the back room and puts some magnifying glass to it and comes out and goes, "Oh, you got a nice fine piece here, though the enchantment is kind of confusing. Where'd you purchase this?"
It was found.
"Oh, well, whoever did this had it all wrong. They had it all wrong."
How wrong?
"Well, I just can't explain it, but the sword itself is, it's got an enchantment on it to make the sword itself, swim faster." But that just doesn't make any sense, because swords don't swim.
Perhaps it was for a pirate.
Well, nevertheless, I'm happy to buy it off of you. It's a real fine piece, but the enchantment, unfortunately, makes it a hard sell. It's mostly going to be for the novelty of the glowing green. I'd be willing to fork over, let's say, 65 gold pieces for it.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Excellent. Here you go. And the trade is made, and you are given 65 gold pieces in exchange for your glowing green sword.
Woo.
I mean,
Is there anything else I can do you by?
That will probably do it for me. Thank you.
Okay. The gnomish man strokes his gigantic, big white beard and sort of looks at you all through the magnifying glass now.
Do you have diamonds?
Oh, diamonds! Yeah, I got some diamonds. How much do you need? You're looking for an engagement ring? You got a special knife?
No, do you have the ones that are that revive people?
Oh, the big ones. Yeah, I can get you some of those too. But if you'd like, I've got a deal. If you buy one revived diamond, I can sell you an engagement diamond half off.
I don't think any of us are in that.
I'm just joking with you.
business. Oh.
Everyone's been so dreary since that big attack the other day. Just a real sad thing.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
No,
here,
sorry,
I've got some in a sack
funny.
here.
Okay.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to impose. Here, I've got one, and he slams down this giant sort of purple gem in front of you and goes, "Here you go, the running price is 300 gold pieces. Can you afford that?"
I certainly can. I have 296 total, so.
I hand over. I'll just give 150 to put it towards the next diamond as well.
Malagus also puts down 150.
Holy.
Cool.
Okay, so if I put down 150, then that's 450 right there.
There you go, and that's 1.5 diamonds. I'm not going to sell you a half one, but here's the whole.
So, like anyone else? For the second diamond?
Yeah, I'll put forward 150 too.
Oh.
As well.
All right. And with that, you guys get 2 Revivify diamonds. Higher, you can go ahead and add those to your inventory.
Sick.
Or whoever wants to hold on to them. And could everyone please subtract that amount that they removed from their amount, please?
Yeah, guys, I think we
Oh.
should put it in the pit. DULUM's bag.
We'll just make more of them, probably.
Oh, do you guys
So
have
many.
do you guys have a storage problem? I actually sell here a little sack that could perhaps have a larger space inside for such items.
How much does it cost?
Well, unfortunately, the enchantment on those runs a pretty penny. It's about 1,000 gold pieces.
And are there any dogs inside?
No, I cleaned this one out myself. In fact, there's sort of dime a dozen out in the world. You might even find one yourself if you're looting in the right tomb.
Weird, because it's cost 1,000 gold, but will there be any dogs inside?
No, there's no dogs unless you put one in there, and I don't recommend it, because if you put something inside, it won't survive for long. There's not a lot of air.
When will there be dogs inside?
When? There's not... Are there dogs inside of your bags?
Many.
No. Of course not.
You want me to get that looked at? Perhaps I could remove the enchantment so you have a regular bag again.
It is strong curse. No worries.
Oh! Well, I don't recommend carrying around cursed items. Only 1,000 gold pieces, I'll get you your very own. Look, it even comes in 3 colors. And he
I don't
shows
think
them
we can
off. There's
afford
like
that.
a nice yellow one. There's a blue one. There's a gray one. Look, I could give you your pick.
No Urple, I'm out.
See, and yet I'm looking at the yellow one like,
Well, let me know if you need anything else. I've got ropes. I've got lantern oil. I've got cooking supplies and kindling and torches.
Do you have a bag of sand?
Bag of sand?
Yes.
Sure. I suppose I could go collect some downstairs if you give me 10 minutes.
That's all right. Thank you for the information. Toss him a silver.
Oh, well, thanks. I really appreciate that. And is there anything else I can do you all by?
Do you happen to have any blank books, or perhaps some quills with some inkwells?
Yeah, I've got a spread of that. I've got a little spread of inkwells and some quills. And do you want some parchment paper or scrolls or a book?
A book would be perfect.
Okay, books run a little bit more expensive, but all that together is going to cost, let's see, about a gold piece.
Perfect. I hand over the gold piece.
You hand over 1 gold piece, and you receive an empty bound book with a leather binding, 2 quills, and 3 little pots of ink.
Nice.
when Deimos asks for a book, Orpheus will sort of look at Malagus and jab a thumb at Deimos like, get a load of this guy.
You see Malagus is actually not at the front and looks to be sort of looking at something in the back and then looking back at the shopkeep.
Yeah, I go stand next to him and keep an eye on his hands.
Thanks for keeping an eye on me. I don't trust that guy. In fact, would you keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't hurt me?
No, I'm keeping an eye on you, Malagus, because you're the biggest danger to yourself at any given time.
Okay, but check out these gloves. Aren't they so cool? They don't have any fingers, but they have palms.
No, okay, first off, look at your own damn hands, Malagus, you're already wearing those.
I know, but these are cooler.
We should get you some gloves that have the fingers still on them.
He looks at his fingers and looks at you and then looks down.
There's no need to pout about it, Malagus. Come on, show me, where'd you find... Can I look around? Do I see any normal gloves?
You look around. Yeah, there's like traveling gloves and riding gloves and even some like fine silken gloves for nights out here.
I feel like silk gloves you're just gonna destroy. You need some like hearty leather gloves.
There's also workers' gloves here too, yeah, which are used for hardiness.
Malagus, where are you on the heartiness scale between traveler and worker?
I'm more of a traveler myself. I'm not much of a working man. I prefer
try
to
these
watch
on.
men work.
I'm just so horny all the time.
Oh,
Um,
like, he tries on the
I
gloves.
know.
You guys try on a couple, and he eventually finds a size that feels right.
There we go. I want to put my hand out for a shake.
He holds his hand out, and you guys shake, and nothing happens. It's a normal shake. He smiles.
Awesome. Slap him on the back. There you go. No more pouting around about that.
He, with a chipper smile, runs up to the front now as the shopkeep is continually telling you about the things he's selling. I also sell jewelry if you want. It's homemade in the back. I've got little glass beads that I find out in the waters that I put on there, and if you're a real big fan of the Lady of Pain, I also sell some posters of her.
Oh my god, thank you, no thanks. And Pyre turns around and walks away.
How much are the posters?
Oh, would you like one? I sell a spree of 5 of them. 5 posters for only 2 silver pieces. That's a steal, and they're all hand inked by myself.
Sure. I'll give him 2 silver.
No.
Okay.
Pyre shoots you a look.
Oh my god. He takes the 2 silver and gives you a smile and hands them over and goes, oh shit, I should warn you. The text that I put on there is in Gnomish, because that's what I speak normally. Is that alright?
Yes, that is perfect, actually.
Okay, good. And he hands you 5 rolled up posters. Unrolling them, they all look to be, I would only describe them as like medium well-made inkings of the Lady of Pain. 2 of them are identical. It's just sort of her looming over the camera and a background of all red. One of them sort of has text on the top in Gnomish that reads "Obey." And then there's another one that sort of has her painted as like almost like some sort of angelic figure, and the text on this one says, "Our guiding mistress, she can do no wrong." And the last one's sort of an artsy, almost Breath of the Wild style, like painting of the Lady of Pain looking out onto her like city from a high outcropping. I'm glad you like him. I've always been a real fan of the lady. She was very kind to me. In fact, she invited me to her court once, and it was very special.
She has some good policy.
I sort of believe so too. All right, is there anything else you guys would like to buy?
You guys, I really wish we could get the bag of holding, because then we could put Samir's entire stock in it and take it with us so it doesn't get stolen while we're gone, and also so that he has it when he wakes up.
Well, to be fair, I don't think it'll get stolen. I mean, nobody's really going to loot his shop, right? Especially if we leave the doors locked. And hell, we could leave Father Luces there and the bird, and they can sort of look after it.
Do we really... I mean, I know we trust Tick, like, that she's not going to betray us, but she's just a teenager, right? So...
And we're bringing the father with us.
Oh, fair. One idea I was having about that, and let me know what you guys think, but, the poor Miss Jackknife has been rebuilding her bar for a long while now, 2 whole days, and I bet if we asked her to look after the shop, Samir's shop, while we're gone, as a lady of wares and selling herself, I'm sure she would be happy to look after it and would do a good job.
Does love Samir.
And it's not like she's doing anything else. I mean, she's rebuilding, but, like, that's not on a time crunch. Just an idea.
Yeah, I mean...
They called me the Malagas idea guy.
See that?
Who is they?
I'm hoping you guys now. How about this? I can go ask her today. I can take a quick sidebar while y'all are still shopping.
Sounds good.
I'll come with you.
Well, thanks, Oriface, but you don't gotta.
I'm worried you're going to be murdered.
I really don't think I'm scared of a child.
I think you should be.
Well, Biscuit wasn't that much of a threat either.
I think he's less of a threat than Diamisha. But, I mean, you heard her at the end there, right? She was a pretty powerful lady when she was alive. And in the afterlife as well.
Alright, well, I'm not worried about her. And if you want to come with, that's fine. But, you might not be able to shop for a while.
It's alright. I don't really have anything else I want to buy. Other than a bag of holding, possibly.
Fair. Oh, and, one more thing I'll grab. And you see him put the gloves and 2 new iron daggers on the table and buy them from the shopkeep. He tries on his gloves, shows them off. He pats DULUM on the head.
I pat DULUM on the head.
Is there dirt on my head?
Oh, don't worry. A very clean robot, DULUM.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I pat your head again.
You look down after this, third pat of the day, Orpheus, and after all these days of doing this, the top of DULUM's head is starting to get oxidized.
Oxidized?
The shine of the coloring on his metal head is slightly, you've rubbed him down.
I'm a statue.
Whoa.
Alright, Malagas and Orpheus run off for a quick side project. Would the rest of you guys like to buy anything today?
I would probably exchange stuff from Samir's, sorry.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say, if you want to buy anything from Samir, go ahead and just subtract the gold and tell me what you get.
Okay, sweet.
Hire and Deimos, would you guys like to purchase anything on this day?
I think, I will go ahead, with DULUM back to Samir's.
Okay, you head back. That leaves you, Hire.
I think Carter's still gone.
Oh my god, he's still peeing his brains out. Okay, well, DULUM and Deimos, you guys go back to Samir's shop. Returning now, you find Father Luce still sort of huddled by the window, staring out at nothing, and in the middle of the floor is the Kenku girl, Tick, sort of practicing something with a small crossbow that she found in Samir's shop. You notice she's holding up this little like hand, so maybe for her it's like a small crossbow, but for anyone else it's a hand crossbow, and she's sort of aiming it at the wall and like pretending to shoot something.
Can't do it again. This kid needs to be better behaved.
Not my kid
Xavier,
this
in our
time.
last campaign, there was a child.
Not my fault.
Tick, was it?
Tick.
I'm sorry. Where did you find that crossbow? I don't believe. Do I recognize this as being one of like Samir's?
Yes,
Like,
you recognize this. This is probably one of his like nice ones that he tinkered with for a couple weeks. It's pretty fancy. The bird sort of chirps and looks at you, cocking her head.
you know, you really shouldn't play with things that aren't yours. But I'll let you keep it on one condition.
One condition.
Well, actually, I'm trying to think. Is this Kenku girl gonna come with us down to the material plane?
You're not sure where she's from. I don't know if you guys ever talked about that. And, I guess you're not sure. How do you feel about it? She's looking at you.
I guess I'll just ask her. Tick. Actually, all of us, including your friend Haya, we're going to be going down to the material plane pretty soon. And well, I'm not sure if you would like to come along with us or not.
She chirps and turns around and runs back to the notebook that she has lying on Samir's front counter. Pulling it out, she hand scratches some things using an inkwell and a quill onto the page and whirls it around for you. You see in sort of very quick sketched writing, "I'm looking for my sister!" exclamation point. If she is on the material plane, I would love to come with you.
Alright. Okay. I'll probably have to think about this, and I'll just go back to looking at things. I'll let her play with the crossbow. I don't mind.
She continues playing with it, chirps happily. Every once in a while, she sort of says something that you guys remember from the day before. "Sir Orpheus, I need your help."
While we're here, actually, can I cast Detect Thoughts on Father Lucius?
Oh, perfect.
Fuck crime!
Stop crying.
For this one, Deimos, you don't even feel him resist. There is no check he makes. You immediately dive right in, and you can see the deepest parts of him, and it is so passive. You've cast Detect Thoughts probably, somewhere in the realm of like 30, 40 times maybe, and the few times it has ever felt like this is when you try to cast Detect Thoughts on an animal or like a child.
Oh.
It's just very milky and unsure and very almost like something that isn't even quite sure of itself yet. You feel these thoughts, like he sort of feels the urge to eat right now, and he's a little cold right now, so you feel like, he's having thoughts, he's just not really acting on any of them. He also has the thought that something's been watching him out the window for a while, and that made him uncomfortable, but he hasn't said anything about it, and he feels uncomfortable standing, but he's going to keep standing here because he wants to make sure that everyone's going to be safe. It's positive thoughts, and sometimes just like very neutral thoughts. You don't sense any of that animosity, any of that hatred that you felt the last time you detected his thoughts. Now it's like the whole thing was bleached completely white.
I guess that's somewhat reassuring.
You can see all the way to the bottom. The deepest thoughts he's having right now is just a bit of unsurety that he feels like he should be doing something right now that he can't remember.
Okay. I'm satisfied with that.
Okay. The spell ends and he doesn't even look toward you. DULUM, what do you want to buy from here?
Can I get the emergency reconstructor?
Fuck yeah. You buy it. It's the little disc-shaped device that you can attach to yourself.
Ooh.
That is now sold out. Where do you want to put it on yourself? It juts out a little bit and is like a silver gray circle.
Ooh. I guess like the left side of my chest, I guess.
That's for all the DULUM artists out there. Alright, you purchase it.
Score.
It's a good spell. Good
Could
thing,
I also
good
get
thing.
the clockwork timepiece?
Yes, you can. That one I can't believe no one else got earlier.
It seems fun.
Oh,
Alright, you purchase that now, and now you have a little clock piece that fits in the palm of your hand.
Whoa.
It is currently enchanted to Circad time. So it counts seconds here in Circad.
Nice. Does it seem like there's any like knob or way that I know to change it?
Yes, there is we can just sort of say that there's like a little, as all little watches have, a little knob on the side that you can sort of tune and change to whatever place you're currently in.
Sweet.
And you can keep track of time from wherever
Ooh.
you are. Nice. Go ahead and add that to your inventory. Great item purchased. Excellent. So we'll go to Orpheus now and Malagus. Two of you make your way to Jackknife's bar. On the way, you pass a little platoon of guards working for the Lady of Pain, who all sort of nod at you as you pass, which is new. You get the feeling that maybe that has something to do with your help in the previous day's fight.
I salute back.
As well, you also find, yet again, another group of scholars. These look to be the same, dressed in royal blue scholars that are wandering around here. They sort of look at you, and all of them note something down in their journals that they have. They're like textbook notebooks that they have with them as they walk by you and Malagus.
I'll go ahead and put a hand on one of them's shoulder.
Okay, you stop one in the back, we'll say. It's a younger man with just a freshly growing in mustache now that he's trying to make work, but you're not sure if it's working yet.
You should shave that.
Looks at you confused. You notice that the sort of goofy blue hat on his head doesn't quite fit right, and he looks just a little too young.
What are you a scholar of?
Oh, sorry, we were told not to talk with the locals. I need to be going now.
I put an arm around his shoulder and hope Malagus
You sort of
takes
stop
the
him.
effort.
You see the rest of his crew sort of walk off without him, having not noticed his absence, and Malagus curves around to the other side and said, "The lady asked you a question, man."
Partially correct. We're not local, so you can talk to us. What are you a scholar of?
I'm sorry, ma'am. We're just here for notating purposes. That's it, strictly observing. You're actually not supposed to be hurting me. That's what the teacher said would happen.
I'm not going to hurt you. Don't worry. You're okay, little lad. How often does your class come here?
Actually, my class, this is only our second time, but I've been
Oh,
told...
I know, but Zavrix's students, how frequently do they come into town?
Oh, you're aware of the professor, Professor Zavrix?
Oh, of course, I work for him.
Oh, are you one of the teaching assistants, or perhaps
I
the
bend
professor's
over
assistant?
to wheeze for a second. So, would you know when the next class is coming through?
Well, as the professor says, time moves differently here, and actually it's a quite quantifiable amount, and so if we're going based on the time from, and he stops just for a moment and looks at you and goes, "I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm really not supposed to be talking with you. I need to be going now," and he tries to pull away from you.
Just
like,
one more
forcefully.
question, alright, lad?
You hold him back for a second. Give me a strength check. Do it with advantage, because Malagus is helping.
Maybe Malagus should make it with advantage because I'm helping.
Hello, you're holding him?
I'm not holding Malagus. Oh. Are we sure Malagus isn't also just making a check?
No.
It's a 4.
No.
4. Not
Okay.
3. A 5.
4. Okay, we'll see what he gets here. He got a 5!
He had -3! That's worse than me!
Check your dog.
The man is able to shove out of your grasp, and Malagus is just on the end there, and as he does so, Malagus takes off his glove and grabs the back of the guy's neck.
No, Malagus!
The movement is very quick, and you notice Malagus does so with a very nice agility as he sort of grabs him quickly, and as he does so, the guy freezes.
Oh, God.
Okay. Malagus.
He stops
I-
moving. You see Malagus now looks at his hand and looks at the guy and looks back at you, and Malagus is also not moving.
What a nightmare! Orpheus doubles over laughing. Oh, Malagus, you're so stupid, and you can't even. This is a great
He sorta-
opportunity for us, Malagus. Let me just start from the beginning. This was a foolish decision on your part. Now we have to see it through, one way or the other. There's no more biding time for us or him. And I nod at the guy. And I'm going to fix this because I know how. But first, I have a few more things I want to say to you. Malagus, you stole from me 2 nights ago, and you won't tell me why. And I think I'll find out now. And I want to start going through his pockets.
Oh my god, the Malagus pockets. All right.
Oh my
I'll
god.
pull up his inventory. You do that. His face is curved into like a grimace now, and you're not sure if it was always like that or something else.
I assume it's usually like that.
All right, you first reach into his left pocket, and out comes a little dime bag of some like ground up blue flour. There's also a pipe in here.
Can I just like smell it?
Yeah, it smells like whatever he's been smoking the last few days.
Okay, I'll pocket that.
What?
Okay, you take that now. Also in that pocket, you find some loose change and some dryer lint.
Okay.
You're able to take out 3 silver pieces and more than 20 copper pieces in here. Just sort
I
of loose.
leave those. I don't need that.
They're also all a little grimy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Next in here, you sort of go through the next pocket. He's got a lot, actually, so this sort of takes the better part of, like, 4 minutes. Are you willing to commit?
Anyone who's looking at me, I'll just smile back.
Yeah, he is holding this this guy in front of him, and it's this awkward little thing. Alright, start going through it. Before I just start listing the items, Hire, you all got back, and I just wanted to ask real quick, is there anything you want to buy from Samir?
I actually looked through the list. No.
Okay, is there anything you want to buy at all today?
I got my diamonds. I'm good. It's my little hoard.
Question for DM.
Yes.
How much would a full set of like plate be? Like the AC 18, I believe it is.
Yes, yeah. So plate mail is sort of expensive in D&D. I think it's 50 gold pieces for a full set, and you do also have to be only certain classes have proficiency in heavy armor like that, so you would have to get proficiency. But if you just wanted to buy a set, like a nice set of plate armor, is 50 gold.
Oh, well, there you go, Hire.
You know, like that would be nice, but
Wait, I think
unfortunately,
you already have plate on.
I have a chainmail, I believe.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm tempted, but I kind of want to save money as well.
True.
So I think I'm good
Okay.
right now.
Okay, you save it then. Then in that case, we are going to do the pocket search. Orpheus, here's the rest of what you
Yeah.
find. I just sort of explain, like, you go through his green coat pockets, his pants pockets, his shirt pocket. He has 2 sort of hidden inner coat pockets that you find on his body, and his shoes, all of which together amounts to the following. And before I give it to you all, first can I get 1 investigation check from you? You can do this with
Yes.
advantage because he's not moving.
Thank God. And remember do you remember my investigation modifier?
No.
Insane.
It's an 11. That's a 28 investigation check.
What?
It's my best stat.
Nice. Okay. So then, that's pretty great for me.
You're a detective.
Yeah, right. So I guess you'll basically find everything on him.
Okay.
Here's all you find. You find
Mhm.
he has a set of lockpicks on him. They all sort of smell like wet, and they all have a faint green patina, like they've been used in damp places a lot.
I am doing like color commentary as I take these things out to Malagus. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Dry your instruments, Jesus.
Next, you find he has lots of crumpled notes all over his body. He has
I'm
scrawled
taking every one of those.
reminders for messages for meetings. He mentioned that he wanted to make coffee for you guys this morning. He looks like he has an older note that he was supposed to meet Jackknife at 8 a.m. one morning. He has a meeting that he wanted to make with Tufto, the crazed wizard, but that was scratched out. He also has a few coded messages in crumpled notes that you can't quite discern. And one of them that just has a cryptic phrase on it that says, "Does it demand tribute?" ?
Great.
He also has a small glass vial filled with a dark, viscous liquid that's just labeled with a really crude skull drawing, like a child drew a skull on the side.
Great.
He has 2 daggers that he just bought.
Okay.
He has a collection of stolen jewelry.
Does any of it look like mine?
It's got some rings, a tarnished bracelet, and a locket containing a faded portrait of somebody.
I squint at the locket.
It looks to be a middle-aged woman with dark black hair.
Can I mend this locket?
Okay. You take a moment, you sit over it and mend it, and you mend the paper back together, and you can see now the portrait isn't any less faded. It is just now filled the entire space, and you can see a little better. It looks to have been some sort of drawing that someone had made of a woman, and now you can tell it's probably late 30s, you would guess, and she has a very kind face and looks sort of like tight bun on the top of her head in a sort of like matronly way, and wears a very tall white collar.
Who's this, Malgus, huh?
His face is still curled.
Mm-hmm.
He also has tattered dice in his pocket, like 2 6-sided dice.
Uh-huh. Only 6
now-
sides?
Waited.
That's it. Now I will tell you the sort of...
That is so true. Can I roll the dice on the floor a couple times?
You do, and the minutes are now really dragging on about this frozen move. And after probably like a good 30 attempts, you do find that one of them seems to always roll 1s, and the other one seems to always roll 6s.
Nice.
Sniped.
Good
Some
work.
Some other things in here. He has a pocket flask. He has a gold tooth that's been pulled out of somebody. It looks like it has faint bite marks on it, where Malagus tried to test its authenticity. And then I'll get to sort of the odd items that you find in his inner jacket
now we're
pocket.
getting
You
to the
find
weird
some
shit.
weird shit. Yeah, these
Okay.
are. I labeled this as his suspicious items.
Hmm.
First, he has a bloody handkerchief.
Okay.
It's wrapped tightly around something heavy.
Unwrap.
As you go to take it apart, you notice that it's so saturated with blood, it's sort of hard to untie. I'm going to need a sleight of hand check from you as you do so.
Okay. 14.
Okay, you begin untying it, and sure enough, it does slowly come apart, and inside you find a heavy glass key.
I check in my bag. Is my glass key broken? Or gone?
You look in, no, you also have a glass key.
I hold them up next to each other. Do they match?
They look really similar. They're made in the same style.
I'll hold them up in front of his face. We're going to talk about this when you're done.
And last but not least, one other thing you find heavy in the bottom of his jacket pocket. As you go to pull it out, it sort of pulls itself back in, and you notice it's like stitched into the lining, or maybe there's some sort of cord wrapped around it holding it in. And as you go to pull it out one more time, you hear a sound, a yell from across the street. Heimrich! Heimrich, what are you doing? We've been looking everywhere for you. The rest of the scholars have turned the corner now and are returning. What are you doing just standing there, man? Get that stupid look off your face.
They got stuck together. I'm fixing it. Just wait a moment, please.
Was he trying to cast spells out here again? The professor told us not to cast any spells.
He seemed confused.
The group now comes over and looks at the two and tries to pry Malagus's hand off of their friend.
Please stand back. You could get hurt.
Listen, we really need to get going.
It's a very delicate situation. I'm so glad to be talking to you all, though. Who's your teacher? What are you studying?
One of the looks like one of the braver people of this group steps forward and goes, "Sorry, man, we're not allowed to talk with the locals here. If you'd please just free our friend and get a move on."
Working on it. Give me 5, all right?
What? 5? We can't wait that long. How about this? And one of them holds out a long, slender wand that looks to be made out of witchwood and waves it around dancily and casts what you sort of think is some sort of dispel magic. The
Interesting.
spell goes out and nothing seems to immediately happen, and then the figure looks down at the wand and goes, "Shit, did I cast it wrong?"
1 minute, please. I know you're still students, but I'm a professional.
Alright, what do you want to do?
Try to get that damn heavy thing out of Malagus's pocket.
Alright, you go into his pocket again, you start digging around. It's stuck in there good. I need another sleight of hand check to pull this shit out.
Okay. 18.
Okay, you pull hard, and as you do so, you pull out what looks to be some sort of braided copper wire that was wrapped around this item tightly and looks like it was sort of like jammed into parts of Malagus's jacket to sort of wedge it in there.
Okay.
And it is a heavy, crude, either some sort of like reproduction or you're not quite sure what it maybe from some sort of marine animal, but it looks like a giant black scale.
Okay.
It feels faintly warm to the touch. As you look at it and you sort of shake it in your hand, you see the black actually kind of changes to a subtle red color and then to an orange color as you sort of move it in your hands. The scale has sort of an iridescent property to it and changes colors slightly as you move it about.
Okay, I'll just drop that in my purse.
Okay, you take that. It drops with a heavy thud.
Okay, one last pat down. Have I found any of my purple coins on him?
You have not found a single purple coin.
He's wearing a hat, right?
Yes.
I check under his hat.
He has a very, very medium-sized bald spot going on.
No.
You
No.
would do that to him. He just showed everyone his bald spot.
I check his hat for secret pockets.
You find a secret pocket in this. There is a secret pocket on the inside of his hat. As you reach in, the rest of the scholars are like, "All right, we're done with this," and they grab their friend and pull as hard as they can, which does not have to be that hard. Malagus wasn't holding on to him that tight, and pull their friend away, who breathes in deeply and catches his breath and leans over for a second, and you see Malagus whip around and grab the hat in your hands.
I want to run before he can get it. As soon as I
Okay.
see them reaching for the friend, I want to start running.
You start booking it. You see them pull their friend away, and the other academic joins the rest of his crew and shouts back, "Damn you, stupid locals! The professor will be hearing of this!" And
Will he?
just a moment later, you hear the scream of Malagus going, "Oro! Get back there, you fucking bastard!
I'm running.
That was very uncool, and we have a lot to discuss."
I'm running like the wind.
All right, you run faster than him, so you eventually outrun him and can double back in a corner somewhere and find a quiet place to hide with the
I
hat.
just want to run into Jackknife's bar and then stand blocking the door, holding it shut, while I just rifle
Okay,
through this hat.
you run in. He does make his way there eventually and bangs on the other side of the door. Bang, 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 bang. Orpheus, open this door this minute.
Best of all, Mint.
He continues banging on it, and you open the little compartment in the hat, and it is his coin purse. You find all of his money in here, which currently amounts to 289 gold pieces.
It's a lot of money.
There's no purple coins in here.
Okay, okay. In the notes I saw, was there any mention of Iceland's name or my name?
You look through, there is a note in here mentioning spend more time with Orpheus.
Oh. Ew.
Just
Are there-
rob the man
okay.
dry.
Then I will allow the door to be opened. I'll step away from it.
He pushes through and goes for a full tackle immediately. Give me a athletics check.
Okay. Natural 1.
Nice. Really good. Okay, he throws you to the ground. In fact, it kind of hurts as you slam the back of your head into the wood
I go
below.
down like a sack of potatoes.
In this move, he's able to yank his hat out of your hands and dexterously put it back on his head. He also seems to, like, push you into the ground and try to, like, wrap his hands around to see if he can reach into your satchel to try to pull out the shit that you took from him.
I'm just trying to curl into a ball around my satchel. Does Jackknife have any feelings about what's happening?
All it takes is a moment or two of this, and you guys hear a scream, hey, not in my bar!
Help! Jackknife!
She runs over, and you notice she does have her giant metal arm now, and can sort of with ease pry Malagus off of you with this arm. Malagus screams and says, No, it's not fair! This fucking bitch, she took my shit!
He took my shit first!
What? I didn't take any of your shit! None of that is yours!
No proof of that.
Well... But I know you took it, because no one else would have.
Fuck you!
Fuck
If you thought so, just tell me, just ask!
No, you always just lie, no lies. You tell lies, Malagus. I can't ask you
What?
anything.
You let that fucking scholar walk! I was freezing him for the plan, what happened? I was more important than getting out of here? Maybe Dionysia was right, huh? Is your priorities right?
I want to slap him.
Alright, you go to slap him, and you wanna roll damage for me, or you wanna just smack him?
I just
Inner
smack him.
party violence.
Smack! You smack him hard, and he whiffs his head back around, and you see he's got this big open-mouthed expression, wide eyes, and he goes, How dare you! And he
How
pushes
dare
Jack
I?
aside and walk
You
up to you, and he
stole my
pushes
shit.
you.
Admit it. You're the one who stole from me, and I'll drop it. No, I
He
won't.
pushes
But
you in the
I'll say
chest
sorry
and
for
says,
slapping you.
I didn't fucking rob you. Why would I
Yes,
rob
you
you? You're
did.
my friend.
No one else would have stolen that stuff. It was like sentimental and gross.
Bisk?
He
That-
gives you a
I hear
glare
an
of
idea in
death.
Hire's voice.
What have I done to prove that, huh? Sure, I maybe am a bit sketchy on the streets,
Liar,
but
E.
you're my friend.
Am I? Or are you just following around my body? Hoping Iceland's going to come back.
I don't steal from friends. Fuck
Am
you,
I your
Orpheus,
friend?
alright? I'm done with this shit for the day. I'm going home.
Malleus, come back.
He turns and leaves, and you see him walk out of Jackknife's door and put a hand over his head and goes, Listen, you can tell Jackknife whatever. I'm genuinely very upset at you right now. I expect all that shit back, by the way, and I don't care how long you have to do it looking at it and investigating it. I don't give a rat's ass. Bring it back to me later today, alright? Fuck
Of
you.
course I'm going to give it back. Malgus, you shouldn't walk home alone.
He's making his way down the stairs now and is flipping you off.
Jackknife
Jackknife sort of
will you-
walks up behind you and whispers, Hey, is everything alright?
It's fine. I
You
think.
need me to kick him out? I'm happy to make a
Oh,
make a blacklist.
I'm really surprised you're siding with me, but don't kick him out. Could you walk with me for a second? I sort of need to keep him in my line of sight.
I'm sort of working in here to build
Please.
my bar, which, by the way, you guys said you'd come help today. What's up? Everything okay?
Samir's dead. Please just walk with me.
She drops the hammer in her offhand and looks at
It wasn't a good
you.
way to say it. I don't think he's going to stay dead, but just please walk with me, Jackknife. Let me explain.
She doesn't say a word, begins following you.
All right. Okay. So I'm making sure we keep Malagus in our line of sight. Basically, Samir got beheaded by some highly misguided people. And so we're trying to help him, but to do that we need to go to Waterdeep, so we need to sneak into Zavrix's house and through the magical portal that always goes to Waterdeep. To get to this doctor guy, but I think he'll fix it, and we were wondering if you would watch Samir's shop while we're all gone.
Her eyes are still wide, listening to your story, and she goes, yes, I can, I can do that, yeah. If you really think you can bring it back, I can do that, yeah.
I really think we can.
Okay.
I know we can. I know I can fix it, so you don't need to worry about that. You just need someone to look after the shop while we're gone. And,
And the night of the drinking contest, did you see Malagus go through my stuff when I was passed out?
She gives you a look, and you see her eyes roll to the back of her head, trying to remember. Second goes by, and she goes, sorry, I really don't remember that night that well. I was sort of drunk. I can't remember seeing anyone go through your stuff. I sort of wasn't keeping an eye on you specifically, Oro.
That's okay. Can I ask you another question, Jackknife?
Listen, I will look after the shop, though. I'm actually happy to. In fact, I don't know. I sort of was looking forward to selling something soon, and it actually makes me excited. I think this could be good for me. What's your question?
I sort of point at Malagus. Do you know that guy? Like, from before all this?
You watch now. Malagus has walked his way down the flights of stairs of this building, past the rubble from the floors above, and he's making his way to the grease pits, the bottom floor. You're not sure what he's doing. He seems to be sort of wandering, looking for something in the grease pits. Jackknife responds, I'm sorry, Orpheus. I'm not quite sure what answer you want, but I genuinely have never met that man before in my life.
Can I do an insight check?
Sure.
An 11. I guess probably just as good as I know. Alright, Jackknife. Can I ask you a second question?
Yeah, anything.
Do you know Iceland?
Name doesn't really ring a bell.
Not at all. Because you knew Samir and he knew her.
You know, I suppose if she had ever come into this bar, I probably would have served her, but I don't remember her specifically. I'm sorry.
I don't look familiar at all.
She looks at you with a sort of pained look and
I'll
sort
put
of
my goggles up.
looks at you again, a sort of sadness in her eyes, and she goes, "Sorry, kid.
Alright. Well, thank you, Jackknife. Thank you for agreeing to look after Samir's shop.
I hope I didn't let you down."
No, actually, I'm glad you don't know, because if you did, I would have been sad you didn't tell me earlier.
Of course, yeah. She looks off at Malagus now. You notice Malagus has selected a empty bottle, a glass bottle, and has placed it on the ground in the grease pits, sideways. He steps back a bit and then kicks it on the side as hard as it can, so it spins quickly. You see the glass bottle spin and spin and spin on the ground until finally it slows and stops, pointing off in a certain direction. He looks at the direction it points, and then you see him slowly take off his green overcoat.
Okay.
He takes off his hat as well and puts it in a pile next to the glass bottle. He walks in the direction that it pointed, cracking his knuckles, and you see it points right into a small shop front.
Okay.
He makes his way in, and you see him throw a mean right hook right at the
Okay,
shop.
I run.
The two immediately get in a fist fight.
Okay.
They start
Okay.
scrapping, and you hear shouts like, fight over here, fight! A couple of the patrons of the grease pits immediately swarm around and make a circle around them and start shouting shit.
Stop, please.
You make your way down. It takes a while. You have to quickly run down 3 flights of stairs and then across the grease pits until you find them, and you have to push through this crowd that has already started putting money on this. You make your way through, and eventually you find Malagus and what looks like Trent Whispers, your friend from before, just taking these big, meaty fists. The two are in a wild fist fight.
Oh my
And
god.
it looks like Malagus might be winning. He's got him on the ground and is just throwing big ham fists at him from left and right, bruising up Trent Whisper's face and body. The man's screaming back, "What did I do to you? Fuck you, man!" and is kicking him. You see a swift kick to Malagus's lower regions, pushes him back, and he recoils, and the two jump on each other again and begin just throwing hands at each other.
Okay, much the way Malagus did to the scholar earlier, I want to try to just grab Malagus by the neck, hoping it'll stun both of us until Jackknife arrives.
Okay,
5
you
on
do
10.
so, you reach in and you grab his neck and you feel that sensation that you felt before, which is
Mhm.
really uncomfortable. Your whole body goes completely numb. On top of that, unlike before, this time you also go blind.
Holy shit!
You don't feel anything and you can't see anything. Your body's completely seized up. All you can do is listen. You hear the sounds of the crowd go, "Oh," and then Trent Whispers stands up and he goes, "I'll fucking let you have something," and throws a fist as hard as he can into Malagus's stomach. You feel the recoil through your body and Malagus's as neither of you move. Trent recoils a bit and then throws another fist and then another.
I see the error in my plan.
A couple of seconds go by and the crowd has stopped cheering, and every time a punch lands, the crowd just goes, "Ooh!" Oh. Ah. A couple more moments go by, 30, 45 seconds, and eventually Jackknife gets there and goes, all right, break it up. And you see, or rather hear, Trent Whispers walk off and go, yeah, fuck you, man. Trent Whispers on top. A moment goes by, and eventually you feel your arm pulled off of Malagus, and your sight comes back to you, and your lungs stop seizing, and you can breathe again. Malagus completely drops to the ground. He falls in a puddle of himself.
Okay, I cast Cure Wounds.
Okay.
At
He
second
wakes
level.
back up. He felt unconscious from that.
Yeah. Okay, I cast Cure Wounds at 7th level. That's 14 healing points.
Okay, you bring him back up. He starts breathing again and goes, Orpheus, if you ever fucking touch me again, I swear to God.
I'm sorry for that. It wasn't a good idea, but you were acting crazy. Can we go home?
Yes. Thanks, Jackknife. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Jackknife. Sorry about all the trouble today.
She gives you a look and says, be on better behavior, all right? Both of you.
I feel chastised.
As this happens, I suppose the rest of you guys who are out shopping would probably see this happen during the middle of your shopping. Like, Demos and DULUM, from out of Samir's shop, you guys can hear the shouting from the grease pits, and, you know, Father Luces points out the window and goes, Malagus. You guys watch out the window as Malagus just receives a beating.
Oh!
Same with you, Higher. You see this go down, and it is really gruesome, the number of chest hits he takes. He's just awful uppercuts right into his gut.
Okay, guys, we need to go.
By the time, though, you end up running anywhere, it's been broken up, and you see Jackknife sort of pull the two apart, chastise Orpheus and Malagus for a bit, and Orpheus and Malagus limp back home.
10 gold on Trent.
You make your way back to the shop that Samir has, and the afternoon is sort of waned. I would sort of say about half the day is past now, and lunch is come and gone. You guys can like have a snack around the shop, get a nutrient brick going. As you eat and sort of repair some damage that you took, is there anything else you guys would like to do right now?
What happened?
Malagus picked a fight with Trent.
I didn't know it was Trent. I just picked a fight with the first guy I saw.
I like hold my hands up exasperated.
I needed to let off some steam, and those guys down there seemed like they're always down for a right?
Malagus, I'd rather you do other things than that.
But like paint, huh?
Yes, painting is a great way to bend off steam.
No, I need a fight.
I'd actually rather you go have sex with someone. Like,
Really?
you do that? That's one of your coping mechanisms, right?
Okay, because I was thinking, you know, if we're in the realm of forgiving Bisque, I would really hit that.
No! No! I want to try to slap him again.
You go for it. He sort of doesn't even recoil this time, knowing your slaps are sort of small.
Higher is probably standing there shell-shocked at that one. And just kind of taps on the ring a little bit, walks away.
Yeah, you spin the ring, and you guys all see Higher, like, audibly gasp and look immediately better.
I just watch Higher, who looks at me slap Malagus and then audibly gasps and relaxes. Look, Malagus, can we just talk? You know, maybe the party can listen and tell you you're the one acting crazy about this?
Can I just have my shit back, alright? I need to lie down.
Let's go piece by piece, alright? Does that sound good
No,
to you?
give me my shit back. Alright, listen up, everybody, and Malagus brings you all in. I'd like y'all to know that while I was frozen in place, stuck and unable to move, Orpheus here, Knight Orpheus, Honorable Knight, went through my entire person over the course of 9 minutes and took everything I own.
I had reasonable doubt that you
Wait,
had
what the fuck? You should have beaten Orpheus!
That's what I was gonna do, but then I thought I should.
Stranger.
But, you know, I was taught... When I grew up, I was taught not to hit a lady, so I wasn't gonna beat up Orpheus. I beat up Trent Whispered.
I'm gonna slap him again. I'm not a lady, you bastard!
Well, you're frail.
I'm not frail.
Then
That's
give me
right.
my shit
Orpheus.
back, and he pushes you again.
Orpheus, you can't treat Malagus like this.
He
Thank
stole
you,
from me
Hire.
first.
You see Malagus
I was
all
looking
like,
for my things I thought he had stolen.
Why not ask him first?
He tells lies all the time. He says he doesn't know Iceland. That's not true. He totally knows her. He's following me around because of it. I'll take out the 2
I
glass
don't
keys. Look at
think
this.
we know that.
I had this glass key. He has the matching set. He calls me Iceland when he's like stressed, I guess. He calls me
But-
a lady still.
Proves nothing within itself.
The matching keys feels pretty damning to me. How about this? How about this? He said he was coming to the city of Brightbank because he knew the portal was about to open. And, you know, pretty obvious Iceland was somewhat to blame for that. He said he had a friend who knew when the portal would open. How about that?
That is true, but stealing is not justified.
He stole from
Thank
me
you,
first.
DULUM.
I was going to give him his things back. I was just checking him to see if he'd stolen my things.
what do you think I stole from you?
Let's
It's still,
run through the list.
it's still a vast violation of privacy. I urge you to be with us when you make these decisions.
It just sort of came up, the opportunity. I didn't know the next time he'd freeze himself. Anyways, the things people stole from me. They stole the letters, Iceland's letters that were in my bag, and 4 bright purple coins, and also some random herbs and spices. That's
Why
not
would I
something...
steal
could
any
have
of
stolen
that?
that from you. Biss could have stolen that from you.
Why would they? They were Iceland's things. It stands to reason that someone who is close to Iceland would have wanted them back. So it was either
But-
him or Samir, and Samir doesn't seem the stealing type so much.
Or it could have been Samir. It could have been so many people.
I mean, it could
You
have been
can't
Samir,
just-
but
It can't just be assumed that it's Malagus.
that's why I was
Thank you,
checking
Hire.
him. Malagus is a liar, right? How would I ever know if he'd stolen them or not unless I checked myself?
Listen, I don't steal from friends. That's just a fucked up thing to do.
How am I supposed to believe that, Malagus? You'd say that either way.
You see, he's taken like a visible step now toward DULUM and Hire, trying to distance himself from the Orpheus. Listen, I just think what you did is not very knightly. Is that something you would have ever done where you came from? This sort of
No one
low,
would have
low
made me
life
do
shit?
that. No one
I
would have
didn't make you
stolen
do
things
this.
from me.
I didn't steal shit from you. You're being paranoid.
You're a liar. How am I meant to trust you? Explain the keys then. If we don't know each other, explain the keys.
I feel like I should not be put on the trial for getting robbed.
I feel like you're lying to me about something that is very pressing to my life. And yours
Give-
too, you know? Depending
Give
how
me my
you knew
shit
Iceland.
back. You know, I was in all was gonna be in good time, you know, but I suppose nothing ever matters anymore because I've just been robbed by someone I considered a friend.
What you mean it's always going to be in good time? You're just going to wait until you thought I deserved to know?
Fuck you, man, alright? Don't make this about some sort of personal vendetta. You robbed me.
What else could it be about? I'll start throwing his things back at him as I'm talking. You keep
Right,
lying
so-
to me. How am I supposed to believe that you didn't steal from me if you won't even tell me the truth about something that shouldn't be bad either way?
He catches
Why
the glass
keep-
key,
Why keep these secrets if they're not something I need to be upset about?
catches the handkerchief, he catches the flask and the pipe. Listen, what you need to know, right, is that I am my own person, just like you are. I get autonomy. I get things that I get to know, right? And maybe I'm not so trusting either, huh?
If they're things pertaining to me, then I'd like you to tell me. Or then maybe we just don't trust each other.
And as you throw him the black scale, he catches that one extremely delicately and looks at it and then looks at you.
Yes, the scale. Probably from whatever cult you're in. I don't know.
What'd you do to this? Did you touch
I
it?
think. Yes?
He puts it away very carefully. I'm gonna go take a nap, alright? And I'm taking Samir's bed. So fuck you guys.
Samir is
You-
in that bed, Malagus.
He stomps off to the back.
Orpheus crosses his arms. I just don't see how any of us can trust him.
Quite frankly, I'm finding it hard to trust you.
How are you not seeing my side of this? He is lying to me about having known crucial information about the woman who kidnapped me. Someone has stolen things from me. It was either Malagus or Samir. Malagus is a known liar, and there's no reason he would tell me if he'd stolen from me.
How am I outside of my rights to check his stuff to see if my things are in there? How do you anticipate this problem would ever be fixed without taking action like that?
I suggested last night you waited and you consulted the party on decisions.
I've been talking about this for days now, and it hasn't gotten anywhere. I don't think it's crazy to make some decisions on my own, like checking his bags for my stuff. Someone stole from me. I want those things back.
When those decisions harm people, it's hard to stay on your side.
Who got hurt? Malagus. I borrowed his things. I didn't even take them the way someone stolen my things. And how about Malagus's decisions that could harm me at any time?
I feel like we deal with them once they come up, and they haven't.
After the harm has happened. Yes. I don't think that's reasonable. I think if I have the group's permission, I'm going to go check Samir's backpack now.
And on that note, Deimos walks in carrying a huge burlap sack. Deimos, you sort of walk in feeling great. You're carrying your sack, and the vibes of the room are rancid.
Oh.
Sorry, how great is Deimos feeling carrying this sack?
I don't know, you're feeling pretty good. You did something, and now you're back. You guys all noticed, Deimos had been gone for a minute, but what would you like to do, Deimos?
I'm going to pull Higher aside.
Oh?
Oh? Hey, Higher, I think you're a very valuable friend and party member. Despite what you said last night, that rubbed me the wrong way, I won't lie. But, I know usually your heart's in the right place. So, I bought you this, and then I take out kobold-sized plate armor, and I hand it to him.
Why are you giving it to me? The one who wronged you. Shouldn't I be giving you something?
No, it's it's okay, Higher. Honestly, it's been a crazy couple of days, and but I can see myself really sticking with you guys, and I want my party to have the best of the best. So
well, thank you. I feel like I don't usually know what I'm saying, but I'll do better next time. Thank you.
Of course. And I give Higher like a pat on the back. Right. And also try to
becomes a hug. Higher forces the pat into a hug. However, by whatever means necessary.
Oh, thank you, Higher. So what happened here? I feel like did I miss something?
Yeah,
I just want you to know when you walked in, I really thought Samir's body was in the burlap sack.
Yeah, I thought it was his head.
Holy.
Funny.
Orpheus has gone off the deep end, it seems.
They're all mad at me that I checked Malagus's pockets to see if he'd stolen my things at the bar.
Oh. Like
he could hear.
like consensually?
Oh, consensually? Why would he agree to let me check his pockets? But they needed to be checked regardless.
Interesting. And where is he now?
He's in Samir's bed.
Oh.
So I didn't agree with that part either, just for the record.
Well, but yet no one opposed it.
The man had just been held at gunpoint for 9 minutes.
And beaten.
Malagus? Held at gunpoint?
Yes, and beaten.
He was beaten, that's true. He was not held at gunpoint, though. That was actually me.
Yeah,
you did all watch Malagus get beaten unconscious.
Healed him.
I believe there is emotional damage that comes with that sort of thing.
Probably so, but I can't believe you're also at peace with the fact that we have a liar in the party, someone we can't trust.
Again, I did say that we should, as a party, all evaluate our loyalties, but I feel as if that is something we must do as a group.
Oh, what are our loyalties to Malagus? If he's not telling us the truth about everything he knows, how do we
I've
trust
yet to see
anything in
proof
him?
of that.
Hire, are you being naive? His key matches mine, alright? He clearly knows Iceland and won't admit it. Oh, what's your explanation for the matching keys, then? If they're two complete strangers.
It could be his cult that he does not remember.
I feel as if I don't have the answer, but that doesn't mean there aren't answers. And even still, I feel like it's after the fact.
After what fact? Because this has been weighing on my mind since the beginning. How do you think it feels for me to be followed around by someone with motives they won't tell me about?
I look to DULUM.
Just past that book. Right on. Yeah, alright. That's sort of what I figured.
I feel as if you got my point either way, but...
What is your point? Your point is that I'm supposed to ignore the fact that he's lying to me and following me without telling me what his motivations are? Until he decides to, which he never will if those motivations aren't good. I feel you're just avoiding the problem rather than addressing it.
I feel as if you're acting without the consent of the party and other people, and I don't want to see my party members get hurt. Unless we have substantial proof otherwise, I don't think
What would you consider substantial proof?
Nothing we have now.
That's a non-answer. I think you all need to do some deep reflection on how far you're willing to trust someone. What Malagus can get away with before you don't trust him anymore.
And as you say that, Orpheus, yet another person approaches the
Great.
door.
Great. Fucking Father Luces.
Just busy all day. He's watching though.
Oh god.
You guys are sort of sitting in your upsetness for a moment, and yet again, someone else approaches the door now, and Deimos, you also turn around to see this, still holding your sack as, Hire is unwrapping his present here. And you see what looks to be a single guard of Circad wearing those big iron masks has walked up to the front and looks to go to knock on the front door, and sort of waits there patiently.
Oh, are we in trouble? Is this because of the fight?
It could be. I'll get it. I'll open the door. Hello?
Pardon, miss. Are you the proprietor of this establishment?
No, but I can take a message.
Sorry, I'm new here. I'm just looking for a group of people who are, sort of involved in the fist fight just the other day at the Smoldering Corpse Tavern. You notice he's looking down at a ledger right now, sort of reading off of it.
Fist fight at the Smolder... you said the other day. Do you mean today?
No, ma'am. This was involving some, and he looks down at his ledger again, vagrants from another dimension.
I mean, you just need to be more specific. Like, I don't think I've seen any. I'll turn back to the group. Have we seen any fist fights in the Smoldering Corpse besides today?
I was in one.
Was it involving a little autonome?
I don't have descriptions there, miss. It just says here just the surviving members of the attack against Circad.
Oh, you mean the big brawl?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
It was a bit more than a fist, sir. It was a bit more than a fist fight. But yeah, no, we were all involved in that.
1,000 apologies, miss. I have a letter here for you.
Oh, thank you.
And he hands you a very cream-colored envelope with a crimson stamped on top.
Very cream-colored.
The lady requests your summons. And he bows and slowly backs away. Sorry if I came at a bad time. And leaves.
I salute. I'll yell after him. It's Sard!
Close the door.
You yell after and close it. Now you have a letter in your hands.
Okay, I'll unfold, read aloud to the group.
It is very clear but cryptic. There, inside of this letter, as you open the Crimson Seal, is one sentence in calligraphy. It's an instruction. Present yourselves immediately at the lower gate of the westward housing tower.
Oh.
Well, if it says immediately, I guess we better be off.
Yeah, I guess it's decided.
You hear a shout from the back. Can't we just pretend we hadn't seen it yet? Sorry, I'm listening at the door.
We have someone that knows we've seen it, so I think we have to go now.
I guess the two options are go or immediately start our plan to escape here. I do have a plan, by the way. I guess that's something good Malagus and I did today. There's some scholars around who are Zavdex's students from Waterdeep, I'd guess, studying us. They all have blue cloaks and blue hats on. We could take out a batch of them. Not kill, but hide them somewhere, take their cloaks and hats, sneak in with the rest of them.
This unit does not like sneaking.
Orpheus is getting more evil by the fucking day.
Literally not evil. This is a reasonable idea.
Orpheus, I don't know what's happened to you.
I'm tired of being here. Tired. And Samir is dead, and I want to fix that, and I don't mind if we mildly inconvenience some college students to do it.
I do. I would rather inconvenience Zavrix, who has already wronged us, than some
We would
innocent
also
people.
be... Well, I understand inconveniencing innocent people isn't good, but I also feel a very present ticking clock about how soon we get Samir back to life. Now,
I
if
agree,
we have another
but why
idea,
not
we
just
could...
ask Red Hands?
Yeah, we could talk to Red Hands. If he can't help, though, I think this is a decent backup plan.
Possible.
Sure.
You know what? If we don't
I
want to
agree.
inconvenience students, we could try to find replicas of their clothes.
I don't think this unit could blend in very well.
That might be true. Alright, so are we going to the Lady of Pain, or are we skipping town?
I vote
feel like-
Lady of Pain.
Yeah, I
I'm-
feel like we should hear her out.
I'm scared after seeing what she did to Father Lucius.
I'm
so-
scared as well. There's a chance she's rewarding us, though. She liked us a lot the last time she spoke to us.
Yeah.
I hope.
Alright, Mally, you coming?
You don't hear a response from the back.
I think we leave him to be.
Alright, would you guys like to follow this note then?
Aye.
Hi.
Yes.
Lots
I
of
go-
stuff out of the frying pan, eh?
Does Malika say that from the next room?
Yeah.
So Tick's there, right?
Yes, Tick is still in the shop, sort of just hanging out, practicing with a crossbow.
I go up to her and I say, please tell me if Malagus does anything suspicious or leaves.
Does anything suspicious or leaves.
Thank you.
Thank you. And she goes in and hugs you very close.
I hug her back. Do you want to come with us as well? You could also do that.
We could also do that.
Do you want to? I will
Do
say we are being summoned by the Lady of Pain. I guess that would involve you as well, as you were at the fight.
Well, on the
I
wrong
wonder
side.
Yeah. Maybe you do stay if that's okay, but we'll come back. I promise.
She nods and says, "Stay, if that's okay."
Give her a pat and head off.
All right, you give her a pat, and then you guys head off. So, the lower gate, as instructed, wasn't hard to find. You make your way down to the grease pits, and you find tucked into the corner of Sorkad's bustling grease pits, it is an unmarked yet guarded entranceway. 2 silent guards in polished armor and those big, heavy stone masks stand at either side of this entranceway, and it sort of marks it as you think the right place. There are giant swords that they have on hilt, sort of in hand as you guys approach, but then as they get a better look at you, you see their hands return back under the heavy red robes they have, and both of the stone masks nod deeply. Beyond them lay an unassuming stone archway set into the wall here on the very first floor, and its weathered frame looks to show the signs of water damage that the majority of the first floor of Surkad shows. Inside, the little room is sort of smaller than you all expected it to be. I'll wait for Noisy over here to put her headphones on.
My headphones are on.
They are?
Yes. Do
Oh,
they
it's the
sound
door's
bad
still
again?
open.
Oh, the door's closed.
What happened?
Oh, what's that noise you're hearing?
Just like ambient noise.
What the heck? Right now?
Wait, hold on. Okay, it's gone.
It could be the scratch. She's been throwing a fit.
Just don't do anything. Don't move a muscle. It comes and goes as you turn your head.
What? What is making my noise so bad today? This is hell. How
You
is
might
this?
have like automatic gain on or something.
How could I have turned that on is my thing.
It sounds
Mhm.
good right now.
Okay. Is this okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just try to be still. It comes naturally to me, what can I say?
So, you guys make your way then into this little room. The room is smaller than it looks from the outside. It's sort of an intimate little chamber, walls lined with polished stonework, streaked with deep scars inside of it, like it was war-torn or perhaps very old. The air in this room smells faintly of almost chlorine smell. At the far end of this little room looks to be a huge, what almost you'd imagine is like a red curtain drawing off this half of the room from another half. And you see in front of the curtain is two more guards wearing those stone masks. As you approach the guards, one of them shouts, "Halt! State your name and business."
We are the fist-fighting vagrants.
Then you have no business here. Leave.
We have been summoned.
Ah, papers.
I'll hand him the invitation.
Okay, takes it, looks at it once or twice, flips upside down, goes, "Accepted. You may proceed." And one of the guards draws the huge red curtain aside, as if unveiling like a theater. On the other side of this red, heavy, like, tarp curtain is another half of this room. It's another stone room, and in this side, there is yet another archway on the other side. This archway is about 5 feet wide and roughly 6 feet tall, curving downward, and this archway seems to open into a bright courtyard, an open courtyard, though something feels sort of off about it. You all approach this archway now, and as you sort of crest through it, you all feel a sharp sensation. It's almost like something is plucked in your head, like a thrum. And as you pass through it, you find yourself standing in an open courtyard, high above Surkad. The air is cool and thin, carrying a faint smell of sea salt. You look behind you now, and you can still see the hallway that you just walked through with the red curtain on the end. But looking down beneath you, you are all standing on a grate, a metal iron grate that looks to look down almost 200 feet. For any of you who have vertigo, now would be about the time that you feel your stomach turn.
Do I learn on the spot that I have vertigo?
Orpheus, you do not feel vertigo.
Oh, yes.
Huge.
You look down through the grate, and it's sort of an unnerving feeling with the only thing holding you from a 200-foot drop is just a lattice of ironwork. And the air up here is cool and thin. You look around you, and around you all now stretches the Lady of Pain's little flying fortress.
Whoa.
You guys have all seen this structure from afar. You've actually seen it a couple times now, but it's so high up that it's sort of hard to see, and you forget that it's there every once in a while. But sure enough, she has this little building, or maybe perhaps it looks like a boat, though there's no indication. It's more like a building shaped in a oval shape, sort of like a vessel. Either way, though, it floats up here about 200 feet up and gazes down upon all of Surkad. From up here, you can even see the ends of Surkad. Surcat seems to be a giant circle, and on the ends you just see it drop off into nothingness. Sort of like a floating disc.
Well, just like the Earth.
So, as you arrive here, you see one guard who looks a little different than the normal guards you've seen on ground level. This guard has still the same iron mask, but instead of red robes, they wear gold, gleaming robes that shine in the bright light. Approaches you all and says, "Welcome to the Ladies' Fortress. This place is called the Height of Torment."
Thank you.
Oh,
Nice.
wonderful.
Around you now, you see smooth cream bricks forming the walls and archways that reflect the sunlight in a way that makes the whole structure seem to glow. Tall, narrow windows frame a lot of the walls here, and you can see the city below, and lights twinkle faintly despite the daylight. You see lavish red banners bearing the unmistakable sigil of the Lady of Pain, the same one on the note that you just received, the envelope, hung from every corner, fluttering in the breeze up here. So, despite the elegance here, the design is very unpretentious, almost Spartan in purpose. You know what I mean? There's no frivolous decor, there's no unnecessary ornamentation. Every inch of this fortress seems deliberate and important, as though the entire thing was handcrafted to be perfectly useful. For those of you beings who are very orderly, this is sort of gives you a hard on.
Thank God. Leaking
Who
oil
loves-
everywhere.
It's just this place seems so efficient. The sound of distant footfalls echo through the hallways, and you guys are mostly outdoors. The entirety of this fortress is like outdoor courtyards. So these cream bricks form the walls on the sides, but above you is just the galaxies and the smooth breeze coming in through some of the archways that form the walls on the side. There seem to be a couple buildings across the way of this courtyard, and you sort of have to walk a bit, looking behind you every once in a while into the strange, dark room with the red curtain behind you, where it seemed a lot darker. Out here in this wide open courtyard, it's brighter. There seem to be soldiers sort of walking around in purposeful manners from one end of the courtyard to another. There seem to be short, squat brick buildings on either end of this courtyard, but for the most part, it feels like you're in like an outdoor space. It's quite nice. You guys are led by the guard wearing gold, who sort of guides you to the only visible door you see on the opposite end of the courtyard. You walk the stretch of it. It's almost a football field in length. So you get a nice view of the city. You get to enjoy the outdoors for a bit and enjoy the walk on this beautiful brickwork beneath you. It is brick now beneath you. You notice that iron grating was only directly beneath the doorway that seems to lead here. As you make your way through the visible doorway, it looks like the size of these rooms are small, and the size of this entire space looks to be such that there are probably other small rooms with hidden ways along the sides of this place, but this big doorway seems to be the main one. And that leads to the throne room. Let me pull up my description. Is there anything you guys want to do on this little walk?
I'm gawking.
Yeah, just gawk
In
everywhere.
awe of nature.
So you make your way to the throne room now. The throne room is very small. Instead of a long, lavish hallway with high arched roofs, this room is short and squat, and it appears no larger than an average-sized living room. A huge wooden table fills the middle of this room, filled with countless diagrams, unopened letters, and a huge map on the base that looks to map out some sort of complicated, almost interplanar geography. The room is filled with no more than 8 people, all huddled around the table, speaking firmly to one another. These people in here are all looks to be members of the sort of guard force. However, none of them are wearing those iron masks that you've seen the majority of the members of Surcat's police force wearing. Instead, here they wear the gold robes as the person leading you in, and their heads are all exposed to show, looks like half-elves. There's a Kuatoan here. You see a tiefling and a few humanoids as well, just poking out from the 8 people here. And of course, the largest presence here is the Lady of Pain, a enormous figure in her own right, and is still wearing that enormous iron mask, just watching silently at the group of them all huddled around the map. As you all walk in, though, the room goes quiet, and the attendants all seem to step away before the Lady of Pain. Her arms are bent over the table and shoulders hunched heavily, and you see she seems to be sitting in like a low wooden chair. However, she floats about an inch or two above her seat. Her crimson robes pull unnaturally around her, as if they have a will of their own. She looks up at you all silently, and the member wearing gold who leads you all in announces you all, Miss Lady, I am here to welcome the survivors of the local catastrophe and purveyors of combat against interdimensional bandits. The room is yours. And the figure steps out. The Lady of Pain watches you all.
Your Highness, I bow.
I also bow.
I
bow.
Deeply.
Hey, you guys all bow. Nice. You didn't bring Malagus, so you got a win. You have come. Good.
Of course.
You summoned us. We came.
She speaks and her voice is crisp and calm. Welcome, guests of Circad. You have been summoned out of my good graces.
Oh?
You've shown expertise in those that threaten Circad's borders. And for that I thank you. I did not get a chance to congratulate you well enough for your victory against the outsiders just a day or two ago. For that you have my thanks and my interest. I bring you here offering a task. Something that requires your specific version of expertise.
Building
Uh,
something?
Thank you. We'd love to hear you out.
I'm willing to offer a one-time deal. She pulls her arms up from off the table now, and the hunches of her shoulders sort of twitch unnaturally as she rights herself and stands up fully. Again, her big red robes move about strangely, and almost like sticks from the inside are prodding outwards at unnatural angles. Her hands are clasped together, though, and you can't see them underneath the heavy robes, as almost her arms are crossed. I'm willing to offer you a way out of this place.
How?
Transport from Circad to one location of your choosing.
We are honored. What is your cost?
I can guarantee more than this as well, if the price is right. Are you willing to accept the discussion of this task?
We would love to discuss it.
Yes.
Excellent. Join me at the table. And she gestures down, and you notice there are a couple low wooden stools around for you guys to sit around. The rest of the attendants in this room have all sort of pulled away from the table and are standing up against the walls of the room, just sort of watching, leaving just you all and the lady herself around the table. It's sort of a homey table, despite being big. It is because it's sort of full with this all these letters and documents on top. It feels very much like people treat this place homely.
I watched DULUM to see if it sits.
I want to be the first one to sit down.
All right, DULUM, you're the first one to sit down. These chairs are like, you sit down and you're like, wow, these chairs use the exact amount of wood necessary so that it wouldn't fall in no.
They're perfect.
I sit as well.
This whole room seems very geometrically pleasing. It's good. The feng shui is very good, DULUM.
Always meet your heroes.
One more thing to note as you all walk in here, and this is for Deimos. Deimos, as you've made your way into this room and gotten a good look at everyone, that sort of spider sense, that sixth feeling of strangeness, unknowing, with no other term for it, looking around, you just sort of intuit and know that 6 out of the 8 attendings in this room have all performed the red ritual that Zabrix asked you.
Holy.
You were able to identify all 6 of them. In fact, looking now, the Lady of Pain herself has also performed this ritual.
What? That's crazy.
It's an
Got her
odd
ass.
feeling. You look at her and it's so unexplainable. It's almost like, it's really, you know what it is? It's like a gaydar.
Oh, true.
Two
just
people
sort of
are straight in
clock 'em.
here?
You sort of clock them around the room. Yeah, my bad. The Lady of Pain herself, you also just clock. You can't even see her face, and yet you just intuit immediately that you're like, wow, she has performed the exact same ritual I have, and you can tell that she sees that in you as well. She turns her iron mask towards you and nods briefly and goes, I can tell I am among friends, so I will speak plainly on the matter. And she gestures for you guys all to sit down.
I
Thank
sit
you.
even harder.
I sit.
I sit twice.
I sit like a good. Wait.
So, she sits for a moment, and there's a heavy silence, and eventually she slices through it cleanly, and she gets right into it. In a grim, nearby demi-plane lies a place called the Weft. It is a hostile and tiny planet. Jagged black stone, narrow valleys with brackish water, and ceaseless deluge of wind and cold. It is a barren demi-plane with writhing creatures and silt. The very air hums with the sound of flies. She pauses for dramatic effect. Her iron mask tilting slightly downward now as she continues. You will find in this wretched place a settlement called Alms. Primitive, though not without merit, a coastal town of bone and stone, where artists thrive amid scarcity. It is there you will find a young mage, Frederick Staven. The lady now sort of glides her mask a little closer to you all. This Frederick is accused of thievery. My architect, the Inern Stone, an artifact of priceless value, has vanished from my vaults. My suspicion lies heavily upon him. Should he have the stone, your task is clear. End his life, return to me with proof of his death and the stone in hand, and I will reward you handsomely with 1,000 platinum pieces and passage to any destination you desire.
Orpheus, I do think, turns, like, visibly red. Like, you see it creep up from the throat.
She leans back slightly and her tone softens to something almost imperceptibly merciful. If, however, he has not stolen my artifact, he may still prove useful. Bring him back to Surkat alive. His sorcerous power will be useful in closing that swirling portal looming in the woods. That dangerous remnant of that recent attack on our city. I can't let it stand any longer, and he has the ability to close it. Bring him here, and I will reward you with an escape from this place to any location you choose.
My lady, can we ask what artifact he stole?
It is called the Architect, or the Inern Stone. An legendary ancient artifact that expands the interior space of anything, exponentially. It is powerful and useful. I had many great plans for it, but it was taken from me at the moment I needed it most. If he is guilty, I need him killed. No mercy.
What?
Turn to me with his head or any evidence of his death along with the stone.
What does the item look like?
It is small, an oval shape of gray, unassuming stone, though when you hold it in your hand, it is warm. You know you have it because the words spoken around it seem dulled, as if sucked in by the stone themselves. It is a passive effect of the great power held within it.
I look
Just
at
with
DULUM.
every question Hire asks, Orpheus, like, noticeably shakes. some sweat stains going on.
I let you decide whether or not you accept, though I need your decision immediately. If you choose not, I will move on to my secondary choices.
Who are your secondary choices?
That is not of your concern.
Yes, ma'am. I just sort of look at my party like, are we gonna say yes or no?
I get a light nod.
What'd you say?
I'm willing to discuss the terms with you if you require. As you understand, I am quite generous in my conversations.
Could the one-way trip include a couple of our friends?
Oh, the one way, you misunderstand, my friend. I would actually be supplying you a way there and back.
Oh.
Just shit themselves.
Such a good reward. Fuck. My morals.
Could it still include our friends?
Yes, it will. It's an item that I will be giving you that allows you to transport yourselves. You can use it at your own leisure.
Wow.
I
Well,
have scant few of these items. As you might guess, they're in high demand, so I give them out sparingly.
wait, and how many times can you use it?
I suppose once a day.
So could we use it to leave and come back to Surcad, and then leave and come back, and leave and come back?
Ideally, yes.
And
That
where else
is
can
the
it go?
importance of what I offer. That is the caveat. It can travel to just one location. You will give it to me, and I will say, program it in. And as she says
Oh.
this, the Iron Mask tilts toward DULUM, and you can travel to and from this one location as you. A powerful item. Don't you agree?
Oh, yes. Could we
So-
maybe discuss this amongst ourselves? Would that be permissible, Your Highness?
Please. And she leans back in the chair. Discuss now. She watches.
Well, it is quite the boon.
I want to say that this could accomplish a lot of things at once.
And I feel, I ask you excuse this lady of pain, but, as a sensitive artist myself, I feel for this Frederick guy, but so long as he's innocent, we're not hurting him, right? We're just getting his help to close the portal.
No, and he was once, how we'll say, acquainted with me, so he will know of what I speak. You won't be kidnapping. Now, of course, if he has stolen my stone, do
No
not
sympathies.
have mercy.
Yeah. Oh, may they be merciful for that thief. This could
How
fix a
old
lot
is
of
the
our
thief?
issues. I sort of, for a second, look scared, and I'm like, I don't know.
The lady looks over at you higher and goes, "Oh, not that old. No older than," and she gestures to Deimos. "This one."
Oh,
Fuck.
How old is that one? How old are you, Amos?
Yes, Amos, we look to you.
I'm about 20 something. Nothing. Not too old, not too young.
Oh,
The everyman's age.
Exactly.
thank goodness.
Maybe we do it.
I think we should look for Frederick.
I guess I think we
I-
should look for Frederick.
Agree.
Me too.
Then it is settled. Let me give you the specifics.
Oh no.
And as she says that, she raises her hand, and you see one of the attendants approaches from the back, holding a huge burlap sack, not unlike the one Deimos was lugging around earlier, and offers the party a big bundled package of climbing gear.
Oh.
Our weakness.
You will need this on your travels, and I should inform you that time is not your ally. A sickness looms on the weft. Complete the task swiftly, lest the sickness find you there. Her mask sort of tilts downward as if in warning.
What sort of sickness?
Yes, ma'am.
The first of its kind. And I shan't speak on it anymore.
Yes. Thank you, my lady. We will
Of course. It is,
accomplish your task.
she leans forward and sort of tries to whisper this to you all, but her voice sort of carries through the room, still cutting through the silence. It is an affliction, a disease that has learned to travel through dimension. Don't let it take hold of you. I worry it is already in the city.
I'm sure we can handle it.
Good. Now then, Frederick's fate rests upon your investigation. Mercy or justice, both are yours, but do not fail me in this task. It is not often I place my trust in outsiders. She nods towards you all and says, my kindness is resting on some very crucial facts. You have helped defend the city and you are of good make. And at that, she looks toward Deimos, and Deimos, you sort of get a chill up your spine as she sort of mad dogs you with this mask.
Oh.
She wants to fuck you.
It is important that I make very obvious that this is only being extended in the rarest of circumstances. I want that portal closed immediately so that we do not suffer any more attacks from the material plane.
Understood,
Yes, of
my
course.
lady.
Of course. Now, there just remains the task of traveling to the Wefts. Are you aware of the Archdevil Flixie residing in this place?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, he recently borrowed one of my, shall we call it, transportation devices, and this is the device with which I plan to send you to the Wefts. Please retrieve it from him, if you wouldn't be so kind.
Great. Can we have proof that
Just
you are
mention
the...
my name. I am the only owner of these devices in the city. Save for that blasted fucking idiot's Africs.
I will say, if we could have proof, we would appreciate it, as the last time the man saw us, he dropped a chandelier on us.
You killed Deimos.
The Iron Mask tilts toward Deimos and says, and now we can't have that, shall we?
I'm so flustered right now.
And with that, she sort of leans over, and the mask looks like it's about to fall off of her. But one of the sort of prodding insides of her sticks out. You see the skeletal hand of her right hand come out and quickly jot up what looks like a message on a piece of parchment. She folds it up quickly and stamps it on the top, and it looks nigh identical to the one that you brought here. Bring this to him. It has all the necessary seals and signatures.
Thank
Spam.
you.
Thank you.
Of course, once you acquire the device, you can head to the Wefts. Go now. Do not linger. And once you arrive to that place, do not spend more time than you have to. That sickness is nasty.
How much time would you guess we should spend? You know, just so we know. I don't need to rush things along.
She sort of looks around at each of you and says, tell me, how, stops for a moment, motivated are each and every one of you?
Very.
Extremely.
Do any of you find yourselves sort of lacking in faith for your plans, or sort of lost, not really knowing where you're going in life?
Never once.
I've never felt more lost in my life.
Those of you who feel lost should not spend longer than, we'll say, a fortnight there.
A fortnight?
Correct.
A higher gulps audibly. Thank you.
I should warn you, your path there will be treacherous. She gestures down to the climbing equipment now. It is not easy to find the alms, and there are many creatures in the Wefts that mean you harm.
We're not very good at mountain climbing, just so you know.
Would you like me
I
to
believe
choose
we
my
could get around it with
secondaries?
some planning.
We'll be alright. Just, you know, if you could teleport us uphill.
I can make that happen.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Once you acquire the item from Flixie, the Archdevil, it should already be prepared to take you to the Wefts. You need not see me again until you either have Frederick's head or Frederick.
And how will we get
Understood.
back here?
Return the same way, travel through the lower gate.
Lower gate, alright.
We shall.
You saw it on your way here, yes? My guards will be informed that you can... And with this, you almost think she smiles under the mask. Come and go as you please.
Smile back.
Neutrally.
Shakily. It's the least neutral smile you've ever seen. It's 10 out of 10 happy and 10 out of 10 scared.
Now then, before you go, is there anything any requests, recommendations, Runts. This is what I like to consider the citizen feedback.
Yes. Can you sign this? And I want to pull out my favorite poster that I got
Goated move.
My God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my god.
Okay, so she signs it. Yeah, that's great, man.
Let's go. I want her to send the one that says obey on it.
That's your favorite one?
Yeah.
So funny.
This has to be our next group collective fan art.
So funny. I'm trying to think how she would sign it.
I like to think she has a little doodle, you know?
Yeah.
It says like Lady O'Pain or like LOP and then it draws a little mask around it. Or maybe she just draws the mask.
Thanks for being a fan, Heart.
The heart. I don't know. I think it would just be like very fine, eloquent script. Just like completely and very sophisticated. As one might.
As one night.
You know what? I'm feeling spicy. If you would please check in the general chat.
Ooh.
Ooh. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Move of the game by
You
DULUM.
can't put the gay flag that quickly. Why the trans flag?
4 seconds.
Okay, alright, great. So she signs your poster and says, glad to have a loyal fan and excellent, she nods toward. Keep me updated, and if anything occurs problematic during this setup, feel free to visit. Consider me at your disposal till Frederick brought.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. You may exit the way you entered, and I bless you. And she
Thank you, ma'am.
gestures back to the rest of the attendants, and they all crowd around the table again, and you see them go back to discussing whatever politics they were before, as the gold-dressed member sort of guides you out.
I bow deeply on the way out, but I do not kneel.
You make your way out. The sort of attendant that has been guiding you sort of pulls you guys aside and goes, wow, that went really well. She has never been that nice to people.
I'm very glad to hear.
I think she admired DULUM's efficiency, and I like to think my architectural skills, as well as Deimos's body. And Hire's just a charming guy.
Mm.
Oh no, you're all very charming. I'm quite fond of all of you. I hope to see you more. She was in a really good mood all day, looking forward to your visit. I think you're really doing good for her.
Glad to hear it. I love women in power.
Yes. And with that, you guys are led back through the archway. You guys hear that thump as you pass through, and you look back. It seems to just be some sort of permanent gate open between the floating platform and this lower area by the grease pits. You make your way now out through the red curtain, and you look out now, and you see a regular day of Circad. Trent Whispers is setting up his stand once again, and you see he has this nasty black eye brewing on one side. He looks towards you guys all and sneers.
I will whisper to our friends as we go, you know, Malagas was winning before I intervened.
I don't believe it.
And with that, you guys are freed back in the city. If you guys want to add, all of you can add one set of fine climbing gear to your inventory. This includes pittons and probably like 100 feet of rope and, what are they called? The things that can like hook in, grappling hooks, I guess.
Oh, epic.
They even all come with these sort of very archaic belay lines as well, descending.
Nice.
Also like harnesses and like nice chalk and all that, you know, the classics.
Awesome.
You notice all the harnesses are pre-sized to fit all of you. And you also now have DULUM a geometric letter from the Lady of Pain addressed to the Archdevil Flix.
Nice.
And a poster. I assume you're admiring.
Yeah.
The signed poster, which now needs to be framed.
Yeah.
And so, you guys are freed once more in the city with a lot on your plate, a lot to do, and one very close friend to save, but perhaps you can find that in the task. So, guys, this might be a good stop.
Wow!
Woo.
Noise.
Thanks for going a little later with me tonight. I hope you enjoyed the episode.
Of course.
Yeah, it was great.
How's it going?
Contentious one.
This was one of those it never gets better episodes that I'm real.
It never gets better. What even was the question? Oh, can we check through?
Who sounds like they're the shortest?
Well, that doesn't seem like a very nice poll.
We can check on Spotify.
Okay, and with 2 votes, we have Deimos Xavier.
Oh.
What?
2 votes,
What?
Xavier.
With
Whoa.
2 votes, we have Maisie as Orpheus.
Oh.
Why is Xavier tied with Maisie? Something is wrong.
With 1 vote, we have Isaac as DULUM.
Whoa.
Short.
And
No
our
votes
last
for
vote
Carter?
was Annette with Jaya.
Oh.
No votes
When I
for
got
me.
a vote. Carter was the no vote king.
I just want to say, I think someone was conspicuously not present on the poll options.
Yeah, I
And it's
agree.
interesting because it was the same person who makes the polls through the website.
Oh, that is
Mm.
interesting.
I thought it was really interesting that Mason's short, fragile little ego was too small to even.
Hello?
listen.
it was labeled members of the Run Pack. I am not a member of the Run
Yes,
Pack.
okay, but it's interesting because when the question was which member of the Runt Pack has the sexiest voice, you did make the cut. It's just really interesting. Yeah. I just thought that was weird. I don't know what it means necessarily.
It just seems to me like Maisie and Xavier just have this really short energy that can be read across all dimensions.
I just feel like we should say Mason is the shortest because he tried to skew the polls. Yeah, he had the weak will.
Yeah, Mason, I haven't seen you in a while. You are the shortest, right?
Yeah.
I did also see on the poll that Isaac got a vote, and that's in because he also, I guess, is giving up short.
I will say, Isaac and I are playing short characters, so that means Isaac is doing a better job of being convincing.
Wait.
Oh.
That's a good point.
I like that.
That's well worded. I think Mason should not be included.
I think Mason's shortest. Yeah, all in favor? Aye.
Nay. Nay,
No, I
where's
still
the
vote
nay?
Xavier.
Okay, nay. Yeah.
Okay, guys, poll this week. What would you get higher for Christmas? Please let us
Okay,
know.
knuckle
And-
sandwich.
yeah.
Option 1.
Yes,
If
yeah,
your
we're
answer
putting-
isn't one of the poll answers, shoot us a comment. And you know what?
Please,
Shoot
or
us a
shoot us-
comment either way.
And please visit r/Runtpack on Reddit, where we post almost daily mini pictures now.
Yeah,
True.
and right here on Spotify, please give us a follow, a comment. You know, shoot us a rating if you liked it. If you didn't like it, please don't. And if I can email us, check out our card. It's in the bio. Shoot us an email.
It's very pretty.
Very pretty. It's pretty
Just
card.
email us right away.
Yeah.
We'll email back.
Yeah, I swear to God, if you send us an email, I will email you back.
Please don't send us a cease and desist for the anything. That'd be yeah. All right, thank you everybody for listening to the Run Pack. We have been the Run Pack Goes Planewalking. Catch us next Monday anywhere you get your podcasts. Malagus
Oh,
moment. That was a Malagus moment. Thank you as always, and